食前に甘いものを。完成。ご安心を。冷凍の時間。
努力は報われ。
怖がらないで、邪魔しないで。ファンのように羽ばたけ。
誰かに託さなければ。
低温調理。呼びかけに応える。
無に着せ。 レック。
らえ燃えろ加速するぞ烈日くらえ全力攻撃
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く風が立つぞ今だ今だ今だ燃えよ燃えろみんながそばに
包みのよう契約を果たせ。したらいいリッツパパ。
聞け太陽の方向を戦いたければかかってこい撃て撃て撃て今だ
さあ働きなさい。
頭上を焼き尽くす全力攻撃赤煙に葬られよ
口封じは任せたからね。
飛ぶかロックオンジェンダー発射ロックオン風が立つぞロックオン面倒だな今だ撃てロックオンみんなは俺が守れ烈日よ
手加減なしよ。したらいいリッツパパ。どうよ。
この天下で裁く飛ぶか風が立つぞ止める勇気はあるか全力攻撃だ加速するぞ
口封じは任せたからね。
知れ変わろう頭上を焼き尽く燃えろみんなは俺が
さあ働きなさい。
今だロックオン撃て 風が立つぞ。変わろう。ロックオン。防衛。全力こ。
悪霊の力を思い知りなさい。
今だ。今だ。今だ。加速するぞ。
みんながそばにいてく。
絶にめよう。契約を果たせ。したらにいつかか。
風が立つぞ。ロックオン。ああ、キラキラ。美しいな。
charge attack before you use your skill, which slightly extends your setup. You don't have to do that if you have C1, because the C1 explosion from using the special burst right after your skill is gonna activate the effect. This set is probably a pretty reasonable option for people that go C1 R1, where Maréchaussée won't work properly because you'll overcap crit, because your R1 is crit rate, but also galleries won't work properly because of C1. But honestly, I wouldn't say you should farm it over the other options, even if you do end up going C1 R1. It's just mostly if you already have a DPC because you've played a lot of Wanderer, or you got really unlucky on the flop domain and you stayed in there for 6 months. I'm not saying that you should farm for this. Honestly, out of these sets, the only 2 that you should consider farming for Skirk are these 2. The other 4 are mainly just if you already have a good set on them, you can use it. Also keep in mind, the DPC set does not buff burst damage, which means that when you do those roided out rotations with burst and normal attack uptime, DPC becomes a lot worse than the sets that are more generic. Next up is artifact stats. So obviously, default, attack, cryo, crit. However, like we've already mentioned many a times already throughout this pre-release, she doesn't have that much attack percent. Now, a lot of her weapon options are capitalizing on that already, right? Like Finale, you get a ton of attack from that. But if you're using a weapon that doesn't give you a lot of attack percent, if you're using Calamity of Eshu, where you get a bit of attack percent from the substat, but mostly damage percent and crit from the passive. Or if you're using Haran, that gives you a lot of damage percent, and that makes it hard not to overcap on Maréchaussée, so you generally switch to Galleries, and you get a ton more damage percent from that. Well, now you're starting to dilute your damage percent even more. And if you on top of that are running Farina, and then either Cinder City or Yelan or something like that, you end up with so much damage percent and not that much attack, which makes it so that attack crit is actually often competitive and sometimes better. From what I've calced, by default, Attack Goblet is slightly better on Haran, and it's pretty much the only situation where it's like better enough that like I would actively go out of my way to find an Attack Goblet. And then on all the other weapons, it's either noticeably worse if you have a lot of attack already, like on Finale, or pretty similar if you don't have that much of either, like on Uraku Misugiri, on these Lo-Fi Splendor, whatever. On Jade Cutter, it's fairly similar. Miss Splitter, it's fairly similar. I would generally pretty much never consider Attack Circlet. I mean, technically you can consider Attack Circlet. You can do like Attack Cryo Attack if you have a really good Attack Circlet and very little attack and subs, but it's generally not going to be all that great. At the end of the day though, if you have an insanely good Attack Circlet, put it in the optimizer, it might turn out to be better. Finally, teams. We will quickly talk about the non-freeze teams. If you want to force the day though, if you have an like Attack Cryo Attack, if you have a really good Attack Circlet and very little attack and subs, but it's generally not going to be all that great. I think you can consider Attack Circlet. You can do like Attack Cryo Attack if you have a really good Attack Circlet and very little attack and subs, but it's generally not going to be all that great. At the end of the day though, if you have an insanely good Attack Circlet, put it in the optimizer, it might turn out to be better. Finally, teams. We will quickly talk about the non-freeze teams. If you want to force Skirk into a non-freeze team, you can either try to go Melt, or you can just use her like as a random ass unit in like Hyper Bloom, for example. The best versions of Melt and of Hyper Bloom that I've calced are worse than the worst versions of Freeze that I've calced. So unless you just really like the color green of Melt and as a random ass unit in like Hyper Bloom, really good Attack Circlet, put it in the optimizer, it might turn out to be better. Finally, teams. We will quickly talk about the Attack Circlet and very little attack and subs, but it's generally not going to be all that great. At the end of the day though, if you have an insanely good Attack Circlet, put it in the optimizer, it might turn out to be better. Finally, teams. We will quickly talk about the non-freeze teams. If you want to force Skirk into a non-freeze team, you can either try to go Melt, or you can just use her like as a random ass unit in like Hyper Bloom, for example. The best versions of Melt turn out to be better. Finally, teams. We will quickly talk about the non-freeze teams. If you want to force Skirk into a non-freeze team, you can either try to go Melt, or you can just use her like as a random ass unit in like Hyper Bloom, for example. The best versions of Melt and of Hyper Bloom that I've calced are worse than the worst versions of Freeze that I've random ass unit in like Hyper Bloom, for example. The best versions of Melt and of Hyper Bloom that I've calced are worse than the worst versions of Freeze that I've calced. So unless you just really like the color green, you shouldn't play Squirk Bloom. And yeah, we're coining the term Squirk Bloom. You can't make me change it. It's too late. And similarly, unless you really like the color red, you shouldn't use Melt Skirk either. And then within freeze teams, you also shouldn't use any non-cryo or hydro unit. You can use Skirk as a burst support in teams that don't have the stuff that's all that favorable to her, but it's generally not going to be better than using other alternatives, so I would generally stay away from that. So, what are the things to keep in mind for her freeze teams? Well, there's Escoffier and there's Farina. Here's the thing. Her best teams are going to be Escoffier, Farina, Flex, and there is barely any difference between the best, like, 5 Flex options. It's like a 5% difference between the best of the 5 to the worst of the 5. What that means is that as long as you have Escoffier and Farina, you pretty much have the best available Skirk team, no matter which one of the 5 last slots you're using. But if you don't have Escoffier or if you don't have Farina, things can change. Seat Lolly. Upside, you get a shield, and that shield allows you to use Eshu, which is very good. But if you don't have Eshu because you missed the event, or you have Miss Splitter or her Sig, or you get hit like an idiot and you lose the Eshu passive, Seat Lolly loses value. One thing you might not have thought of is if you missed the event, or you have Miss Splitter or her Sig, or you get hit like an idiot and you lose the Eshu passive, Seat Lolly loses value. One thing you might not have thought of Issue because you missed the event, or you have Miss Splitter or her Sig, or you get hit like an idiot and you lose the Eshu passive, Seat Lolly loses value. if you don't have Eshu because you missed the event, or you have Miss Splitter or her Sig, or you get hit like an idiot and you lose the Eshu, you have Miss Splitter or her Sig, or you get hit like an idiot and you lose the Eshu passive, Citlali loses value. One thing you might not have thought of is Citlali actually struggles to get Cinder City to proc if you try to give her TDDS for Skirk. Because in order to give Skirk the TDDS, you have to swap from Citlali to Skirk, and Skirk is your carry, so you want to swap to her last. That means you gotta swap to Escoffier and Farina first, but if you do Farina into Escoffier to get your fanfare from Escoffier's burst, your aura's cooked. You're not getting an underlying Hydro to trigger freeze with Citlali to get that 40 damage percent. What that means is that in practice, the best thing that I've looked at is either take the L, give Citlali another set on TDDS, or take the L, give Citlali another weapon on Cinder City and swap to her before Escoffier. If you could get both, that paired with Eshu being better than Finale would arguably make Citlali the best one, but unfortunately, it's kinda cooked. Next on TDDS, or take the L, give Citlali another weapon on Cinder City and swap to her before Escoffier. If you could get both, that paired with Eshu being better than Finale would arguably make Citlali the best one, but unfortunately, it's kinda cooked. Next option is Yelan. Yelan upside, you get personal damage from her, which makes it even easier to kill an enemy without needing Skirk uptime to set up a roided out rotation. Arguably makes Citlali the best one, but unfortunately, it's kinda cooked. Next option is Yelan. Yelan upside, you get personal damage from her, which makes it even easier to kill an enemy without needing Skirk uptime to set up a roided out rotation for the next chamber. It's also pretty comfortable to play. You have more damage coming outside of your carry, so if you up, if you get hit, whatever, and you lose damage in your uptime because of that, it's not as big of a deal. Yelan downside, when you're not against freezable enemies, when you're against bosses, Yelan is gonna make it so you pretty much have very little, if any, Prower Resonance uptime. And so, numbers-wise, against bosses, it will be worse. More damage coming outside of your carry, so if you up, if you get hit, whatever, and you lose damage in your uptime because of that, it's not as big of a deal. Yelan downside, when you're not against freezable enemies, when you're against bosses, Yelan is gonna make it so you pretty much have very little, if any, Prower Resonance uptime. And so, Yelan downside, when you're not against freezable enemies, when you're against bosses, Yelan is gonna make it so you pretty much have very little, if any, Prower Resonance uptime. And so, numbers-wise, again, when you're not against freezable enemies, when you're against bosses, Yelan is gonna make it so you pretty much have very little, if any, Prower Resonance uptime. And so, numbers-wise, against bosses, it will be worse. Next up is Shenhe. Shenhe, upside, you do get full Prower Resonance, or not, or close to it. You get a bit of Shred, you get a lot of useful stuff. Downside is that Shenhe's numbers are just pretty bad, and so despite being a pretty solid option, she's not providing you with that much. On top of that, her quills only work in single target, so when you're in AoE content, she becomes worse. And I think the biggest downside for Shenhe is that she's the only unit on this list that's pretty worthless outside of freeze teams. And so if you're considering which one to get, unless you know you'll main Skirk and only ever play her for the rest of your life, she's the one that provides the least value to your account. Yeah, another upside, what I talked about earlier when we looked at the boss, additional cryo application helps you with this specific boss more. But yeah, another downside with Shenhe is that the hold skill is a lot worse than the tap skill on her. It basically means that instead of, in Ayaka teams, you get 10 quills per 20-second rotation. That's a quill every 2 seconds. In Skirk teams, you get 7 quills per 22-second rotation, which is like 1 quill per 3 seconds. And then on top of that, in Ayaka teams, you get to buff with your damage percent, both Escoffier and Ayaka. And with Skirk, you have to choose either the hold for normal buff or the tap for skill buff. I haven't looked that much in the hybrid 30-second rotations with Shenhe, where you do tap skill, burst, and then hold skill, normal attack uptime. But I'm not too optimistic about it because in a team like that, you also run into issues with Shenhe's burst not having good uptime. Keep in mind, the stat buffs that Shenhe provides, the 15 cryo damage from Ascension 1 is only for the 12 seconds of burst duration, and same for the cryo shred you get. Shenhe is actually a fairly low uptime character for buffs, and so in those hybrid rotations, you get a lot less uptime on them. Despite all those issues, Shenhe is still pretty strong and competitive with the other options here. That leaves us with the last two. Well, Damage from Ascension 1 is only for the 12 seconds of burst duration, and same for the Cryo Shred you get. Shenhe is actually a fairly low uptime character for buffs, and so in those hybrid rotations, you get a lot less uptime on them. Despite all those issues, Shenhe is still pretty strong and competitive with the other options here. That leaves us with the last two, Maloney and Mona. Mona is the weakest one of these five, but as a standard character, there's a bunch of people that have cons on her, and if you have her C4, she's actually the strongest one, or close to it. In general, Mona has a pretty big issue, which is that her ER requirements are really, really high, often to the point where it's impossible to reach the ER you need without an ER weapon. That being said, that's heavily alleviated by being played with another Hydro unit. And so in these Escoffier teams that often run two Hydro units, like with Farina, Mona's ER requirements can be reached without an ER weapon. And that opens up the possibility of using Mona with TTDS. Now, Mona gives 60 damage percent with her Omen, plus 48% attack from TTDS, plus 20% attack from Noblesse. That's actually a lot of stats. Problem is, Omen duration is only 5 seconds. In freeze teams, you can extend the Omen duration to more than 5 seconds. Omen duration, the way that it works is that the duration doesn't start ticking down until you pop the bubble, right? The burst applies a mark, and then when you hit an enemy, it pops the bubble, and then the Omen duration starts. But before the bubble pops, you still have the 60 damage percent, not just after it pops. The thing is that the bubble doesn't actually pop when you deal damage. It pops when enemies take poise damage. When enemies receive an attack that can stack. The thing is that the bubble doesn't actually pop when you deal damage. It pops when enemies take poise. Doesn't still have the 60 damage percent, not just after it pops. The thing is that the bubble doesn't actually pop when you deal damage. It pops when enemies take poise damage. When enemies receive an attack that can stagger them. Even if the attack doesn't stagger them, if it has the ability to stagger them, it will pop the bubble. That's why there's a few select abilities that do not pop Mona's bubble despite dealing damage. So you can see the bubble hasn't popped yet. The Constellation is still there. We haven't dealt the damage. And it'll pop just because it expires around now. There it is. And this is when the duration starts. Thing is, frozen enemies are immune to poise damage. That means that as long as the enemies don't get unfrozen, that bubble pop gets delayed until the freeze expires. Which means that in freeze teams, against freeze damage. That means that as the duration starts. Thing is, frozen enemies are immune to poise damage. That means that as long as the enemies don't get unfrozen, that bubble pop gets delayed just because it expires around now. There it is. And this is when the duration starts. Thing is, frozen enemies are immune to poise damage. That means that as long as the enemies don't get unfrozen, that bubble pop gets delayed until the freeze. Thing is, frozen enemies are immune to poise damage. That means that as long as the enemies don't get unfrozen, that bubble pop gets delayed until the freeze expires. Which means that in freeze teams, against freezable enemies, you get to extend that Omen duration to more than 5 seconds. From what I've looked at, and obviously I can't test it with Skirk, because Skirk's not out yet, but I've tested it using cryo normal attack on fielders like Charlotte. It seems like you can pretty reliably get 2 to 3 seconds of Omen uptime. I can't test it with Skirk, because Skirk's not out yet, but I've tested it using cryo normal attack on fielders like Charlotte. It seems like you can pretty reliably get 2 to 3 seconds of Omen uptime extension. How good is that in practice? Well, it effectively means that you're getting about half of your uptime with the buff instead of closer to a third. It's not that big of a difference, but it's a nice little thing. Mona's C4 gives you crit rate while that Omen is active. Now, this is not actually 15 crit rate overall because it's only while the Omen is active and the Omen doesn't have 100% uptime. But it's still a little bit of crit rate. A little bit of additional stats. You love to see it. You might be thinking, ooh, frozen duration extension. No, this is bugged. Mona's C1 has actually never helped frozen duration. It does not do a bit of over.
もちろん手伝ってあげる。さっさと片付けちゃおう。
烈日よ。
手加減なしよ。口封じ ジは任せたからね。ドリフト
overall gives you crit to a third. It's not that big of a difference, but it's a nice little thing. Mona's C4 gives you crit rate while that omen is active. Now, this is not actually 15 crit rate overall because it's only while the omen is active and the omen doesn't have 100% uptime. But it's still a little bit of crit rate. A little bit of additional stats. You love to see it. You might be thinking, ooh, frozen duration extension. No, this is bugged. Mona's C1 has actually never helped frozen duration. It does not do anything and it never has. I know that some people were under the impression that it does because at some point I saw a post on Reddit that says, no, Mona C1 actually works and here's the proof. And they had footage of freeze duration being longer with Mona's C1, but what it actually was the freeze duration being longer because they triggered freeze with a 2U aura instead of a 1U aura. They weren't comparing the same order of abilities with C1 and without it. They were comparing a different order of abilities. That's what made the freeze duration bigger. But yeah, no, this outright just does not do anything. The other parts work, right? It does increase base damage. It does not increase freeze duration. Honestly though, even if it did, it wouldn't really matter. Even despite that 15% crit rate not having great uptime, because the characters are already so close together, it's actually enough to bring her from the bottom of the 5 to the top of the 5. So close together, it's actually in great uptime. Because the characters are already so close together, it's actually enough to bring her from the bottom of the 5 to the top of the 5. But the biggest upside to Mona, out of these 5, is that she's a standard character, so a lot of people will have her without having to specifically pull for her. And if you're new, you'll be able to get her from the selector if you want on the anniversary. Not that I'd necessarily recommend that. For long-term stuff, Mona's not that great, and there's a couple standard characters that have great constellations and that become actually decent units with them, but it's an option for you at least. Compared to the other characters here, one of the nicest things about Mona is that because her buff is very front-loaded, when you do the roided out rotation with the burst, Mona's an option for you at least. Compared to the other characters here, one of the nicest things about Mona is that because her buff is very front-loaded, when you do the roided out rotation with the burst, that burst is gonna hurt a lot. And generally, it'll hurt more than with any other units you could be using. So for speedrunning, and just front-loaded damage in general, Mona can sometimes perform slightly better than she calcs. And finally, we have Molani. I don't know if I'm supposed to hate it or love it. I like it when characters have multiple potential roles, especially ones where it doesn't feel like they were explicitly designed for it. But I also feel like Molani being usable here is just a result of Cinder City being way too good. It's a mix of two things, actually. It's a result of Cinder City being way too good, but also a result of just not having a great last slot for this team. The reason why there's so many units that are close to one another in this team is because, honestly, none of them is that great. You're either playing units that have bad synergy or units that have bad numbers. And you kind of can't avoid that. The main thing that makes Molani competitive with the other units is that it's not just that she has. She also actually has pretty good damage. When you go Cinder City, ER requirements become pretty trivial, and Molani's burst is actually pretty good. Even when you don't vape it, it's pretty decent. And so, if you go Molani, use your skill, use a normal attack instantly to generate your particles, and then burst, and then immediately swamp out, she's actually pretty alright. And on top of that, what's the biggest downside of TTDS in general? Is that the substat doesn't really increase your damage. It's a good support weapon, but it's not a good weapon for your damage. Guess what stat Molani scales with? That's right, she scales with HP. And so, unironically, TDS isn't even that much worse than the other options for her personal damage. And because of that, sure, she's not gonna end up being the main source of damage on your team, but her burst is gonna do, like, if you have her on a pretty decent build. Okay, bro. Alright, burst does a chill little 150k, 140k, 150k. It's nothing insane, but it does give you something that you can do during your downtime that's actually worth doing. And that was with pretty shit fanfare because first rotation stuff and we didn't consume any HP. And that makes it so that Molani ends up having DPS that's high 4 digits, low 5 digits, depending on the specific setup, which is actually high 4 digits, low 5 digits, depending on the specific setup, which is actually enough to make up for the gap in her buffing capability between what she gives and what a character like Mona gives, for example. Here's the real kicker, though. Molani is not just good as a support in the Skirk carry teams. She's also good as an on-fielder to spend your time on when you do burst Skirk. I did a lot of calcs on a bunch of different teams, and I actually had quick swap Skirk with Molani pretty damn close to these, like, Skirk carry teams. Is Molani's best team just gonna be Skirk now? Yes. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. Unless you're a whale that's doing 300 more billion forward vape on the first skill. Yeah, her best team is just outright gonna be freeze now. Does that piss you off? It should! It is what it is, I suppose. Anyways, that's it for the 5 best last slots. Now, there is another last slot that I think is very powerful and arguably stronger than these, but very different. So let's talk about Neuvillette. Neuvillette's current best team is Escoffier, Citlali, Farina. The thing is, you're getting a lot of
広めだ。止めてくれ。低温調理。
雪を舞え。これより演じる荒波の再臨。
光り輝くがいい。冷凍の時間よ。目の下も満足させてあげる。失礼。
神里流消滅。
So for a shield and a buff, this is on the lower end in terms of duration. Fortunately, his consolation 4 does help address this a bit, which we'll get into later. So yeah, that actually just about covers it for his kit. Dahlia is a very simple character, simply providing a self-refreshing shield and up to 20% attack speed. Fortunately, his consolation 4 does help address this a bit, which we'll get into later. So yeah, that actually just about covers it for his kit. Dahlia is a very simple character, simply providing a self-refreshing shield and up to 20% attack speed at Constellation 0. Let's take a look at what characters can benefit from Dahlia's kit. The most obvious benefactor from all of Dahlia's shenanigans is Skirk. Skirk can actually doubly benefit from Dahlia, especially free-to-play friendly Skirks, as now she can switch over from the finale of the Deep Sword to the Calamity of a Shoe. So not only does Dahlia provide the 20% attack speed buff, he also provides the self-refreshing shield to enable the Calamity of a Shoe's passive, and his shield is unlikely to be broken, as that would require at least 6+ medium unlikely to be broken, as that would require Calamity of a Shoe's passive, and his shield is unlikely to be broken, as that would require at least 6+ medium strength attacks from the enemy to break through. Overall, passive, and his shield is unlikely to be broken, as that would require at least 6+ medium strength attacks, from the enemy to break through. Overall, Dahlia is a great option for free-to-play friendly Skirks, and as we can see, Skirk's damage is significantly improved thanks to the 20% attack speed and 20% attack from the Noblesse Oblige and the Calamity of a Shoe. Friendly Skirks, and as we can see, Skirk's damage is significantly improved thanks to the 20% attack speed and 20% attack from the Noblesse Oblige and the Calamity of free-to-play friendly Skirks, and as we can see, Skirk's damage is significantly improved thanks to the 20% attack speed and 20% attack from the Noblesse Oblige and the Calamity of a Shoe. Now, admittingly, the attack speed itself on Skirk doesn't quite seem as crazy as you might expect, and in this specific anecdotal example, only allowed Skirk to squeeze in an extra N3 and N4, which led to about 7% additional multiplier. But
律令に従え。
そうはさせない。世界を熱狂の渦に。
桜吹雪。
最高の一品よ。
天心直送。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。低温調理だ。
神里流。
消滅。それ。
競争よ。決心。
考察の災い。光り輝くがいい。うんじゃ目も舌も満足させてあげる。
雪を舞え。
But that is more so the cherry on top of enabling the calamity of a shoe. But still, the good stuff for Dahlia with Skirk doesn't actually end there, Dahlia being a shoe. But still, the good stuff for Dahlia with Skirk doesn't actually end there. Dahlia, being a sword user, is a great user of the Freedom Sword with Skirk as well. Able to activate Freeze twice with certain rotations and admittingly certain teammates, to provide the Freedom Sword's buff to Skirk. So if you do have this weapon, it is a very solid option with Skirk and on Dahlia. Oh, and Dahlia can use the Peak Patrol song as well. Albeit Dahlia does have very low base defense, you can still use this to provide a non-negligible buff to the team. Now there is another sword character that actually heavily benefits, I guess, from this in a similar way. That character being Ayato. Ayato appreciates everything that Dahlia provides, the attack speed, the shield enabling the calamity of a shoe, and even Hydra Resonance since he scales. Ayato appreciates everything that Dahlia provides, the attack speed, the shield enabling the calamity of a shoe, and even Hydra Resonance since he scales a bit off of HP. Granted, going from 15 boba slashes to 18 boba slashes isn't much additional boba, and comparing his damage in a rotation to Skirk's is honestly extremely comical. And my Ayato is at Constellation 6 as well. What can I say? Money well spent. While Dahlia is objectively great for Ayato, this unfortunately doesn't really help Ayato very much in Granted, going from 15 boba slashes to 18 boba slashes isn't much additional boba, and comparing his damage in a rotation to Skirk's is honestly extremely comical. And my Ayato is at Constellation 6 as well. What can I say? Money well spent. While Dahlia is objectively great for Ayato, this unfortunately doesn't really help Ayato very much in the big picture, but if you are one of the few Kami Boba Ayato stands and mains remaining, leave a comment down below. Another character who appreciates the attack speed buff is none other than Wanderer. Wanderer has the problem of getting slapped around all the time, and well, Dahlia's shield solves this problem. Granted, a character like Furina is much better in terms of team DPS, Dahlia is a nice comfort pick for Wanderer who can definitely make use of the attack speed buff he provides. Conveniently, Wanderer has many attack speed breakpoints, most of them being at various 10% marks, so Dahlia's 20% attack speed buff is pretty much perfect for Wanderer to take advantage of. Speed buffs in the shield, but granted, really doesn't really help Ayato very much in the big to Skirk's is honestly extremely common resonance since he scales a bit off of HP. Granted, going from 15 boba slashes to 18 boba slashes isn't much additional boba, and comparing his damage in a rotation to Skirk's is honestly extremely comical. And my Ayato boba slashes isn't much additional boba, and comparing his damage in a rotation to Skirk's is honestly extremely comical. Comparing his damage in a rotation to Skirk's is honestly extremely comical. And my Ayato is at Constellation 6 as well. What can I say? Money well spent. While Dahlia is objectively great for Ayato, this unfortunately doesn't really help Ayato very much in the big picture, but if you are one of the few Kami Boba Ayato stands and mains remaining, leave a comment down below. Another character who appreciates the attack speed buff is none other than Wanderer. Wanderer has the problem of getting slapped around all the time, and well, Dahlia's shield solves this problem. Granted, a character like Furina is much better in terms of Wanderer. Wanderer has the problem of getting slapped around all the time, and well, Dahlia's shield solves this problem. Granted, a character like Furina is much better in terms of team DPS, Dahlia is a nice comfort pick for Wanderer who can much better in terms of team DPS, Dahlia is granted a character like Furina is much better in terms of team DPS, Dahlia is a nice comfort pick for Wanderer who can definitely make use of the attack speed buff he provides. Conveniently, Wanderer has many attack speed breakpoints, most of them being at various 10% marks. So Dahlia's 20% attack speed buff is pretty much perfect for Wanderer to take advantage of. The last character who I think makes great use of Dahlia is with Wriothesley on a freeze is called VA team. As Wriothesley can make use of the attack speed buffs and the shield, but unfortunately, similar to Wanderer, there are better options for Wriothesley, but fortunately, VA team. As Wriothesley can make use of the attack speed buffs and the shield, but unfortunately, similar to Wanderer, there are better options for Wriothesley, but this is still some reasonable utility. Wriothesley can make use of the attack speed buffs and the shield, but unfortunately, similar to Wanderer, there are the attack speed buffs and the shield, but unfortunately, similar to Wanderer, there are better options for Wriothesley, but this is still some reasonable. As Wriothesley can make use of the attack speed buffs and the shield, but unfortunately, similar to Wanderer, there are better options for Wriothesley, but this is still some reasonable utility considering what Dahlia provides and him being a 4-star character. Now, outside of those characters, most of the others don't really stand out to me. We do have some options like Yoimiya and Arlecchino, both of which do appreciate the attack speed buff and the shield. An option though, most of the others don't really stand out to me. We do have some options like Yoimiya and Arlecchino, both of which others don't really stand out to me. We do have some options like Yoimiya and Arlecchino, both of which do appreciate the attack speed buff and the shield. An option though like Citlali is leagues ahead thanks to the reactions that she actually enables on top of the shield that she provides. One issue with Dahlia is that he doesn't enable any reactions since he doesn't apply Hydro from off field. Alright, and we have one last Titan of the meta and Destroyer of Worlds, normal attack spamming Chi-Chi. I did try Dahlia with Clorond, and Clorond can indeed use the Calamity of a Shoe, but personally I didn't feel very impressed by it. Maybe it's just a little hard to tell what the attack speed does for her, but yeah. Let me know what you guys think about Dahlia plus Clorond. Of course, there are plenty of other characters that can utilize an attack speed buff, ranging from Clorond to Pyro Traveler to Eula to even Razor. But generally speaking, I feel like all of these characters have much better options at most levels of investment. So yeah, that about does it for Dahlia's base Constellation Zero kit. He is a simple lad, simply providing 20% attack speed, and simply providing a solid shield, and simply providing Venti a good time. Being a sword user, he can also adequately use the Freedom Sword, so if you do have those weapons, you can definitely consider using them on Dahlia. And what about Dahlia's constellations? Dahlia's Constellation 1 massively improves his energy recharge requirements by effectively providing 10 flat energy for him, enabling him to run an HP % timepiece in certain teams, which means he can run a crit rate circlet, which means he can actually now finally utilize what he preaches, the Favonius Sword, to run an HP % timepiece in certain teams, which means he can run a crit rate circlet, which means he can actually now finally utilize what he preaches, the Favonius Sword. Next, his Constellation 4 is pretty good because it adds 3 seconds to his burst duration, which even allows him to be used earlier in various rotations. And then we have his Constellation 6, which improves his attack speed buff up to 30%, which is generally another breakpoint for most of the aforementioned characters. And one last little detail about Dahlia is that he's a Hydro character with a burst that does a single instance of damage for most of the aforementioned characters. And one last little detail about Dahlia is that he's a Hydro character with a burst that does a single instance of damage. Is that he's a Hydro character with a burst that does a single instance of damage. He's a Hydro character with a... One last little detail about Dahlia is that he's a Hydro character with a burst that does a single instance of damage. This food, because I want the crit rate. Hydro damage. Is that he's a Hydro character with a burst that does a single instance of damage. This food, because I want the crit rate. Hydro damage thing. Dahlia, Kazuha, Shilin. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Oh god. Okay. What was that? 4.17 million? I messed up the rotation, but 4.17 million, right? Yep, thanks to the power of the wallet, if we donate a full salary's worth to the Church of White Energy Particles and pray to crit RNGesus, even a little lad with a book can do some comical nuke damage. So yeah, Dahlia's certainly not going to break the meta or shake it to its core. He's really just here to be a decent free-to-play friendly option for Skirk and fanfiction bait for Venti mains. He's also a usable option for other Skirk and fanfiction bait for Venti mains. He's also a usable option for other normal attack spamming characters and bait for Venti mains. He's also a usable option for other normal attack spamming characters, and honestly, he's also a usable option for other normal attack spamming characters, and honestly, I'm totally fine with his role in the meta. Not every character needs to be the second coming of Bennett, and he actually has a usable, free-to-play friendly niche, which cannot be said for a lot of 4-star characters in this game. With our ever-growing roster, this is already a reasonable place in the modern meta in my opinion. Oh right, also he enables the Dusty Shield series of weapons, which is something worth mentioning. Roster, this is already a reasonable place in the modern meta in my opinion. Oh right, also he enables the Dusty Shield series of weapons, which is something worth mentioning, which is why I guess I just mentioned it, because it's worth mentioning. Anyway, let me know if I missed anything about Dahlia down in the comments below, and let me know what you think about him as well. As always, I appreciate every single one of you. This is I Went to Lose, signing out.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to a video on the new artifact rerolling system and the Dusts of Enlightenment. In the latest live stream, they've announced the new Dust of Enlightenment, which is going to be a material that you can use to basically reroll artifacts. They're going to add in the enhance menu, they're going to add something called reshape, which is effectively just a place where you can reroll your artifact. Now, how does a reroll work? It doesn't change any of the stats, but it changes the rolls. So, see these numbers to the left of your artifacts here? This is the amount of rolls that you got into each stat, and what the artifact reshaper does, right, what the Dust of Enlightenment does, is it redistributes those. Does it distribute them completely at random? No. What you're gonna do is you're gonna choose two stats. So pick an average artifact that you target. Let's say I'm picking this, right? Now obviously I would want this artifact to roll into crit rate and crit damage. So when I go to the reshape system and I decide to reroll this, I'm gonna pick crit rate and crit damage. Once I do that, it's going to reroll, it's gonna redistribute the stats with the same rules as the elixir crafted stats, in the sense that you are guaranteed that at least 2 of your rolls will go into your selected stat. So I'm guaranteed that this artifact is going to end up at least with 2 rolls into either crit rate or crit damage on top of the base stats, and then the other 2 are at random. Now, the way that this works, just like the elixir, it does not get you 2 rolls and then roll the remaining rolls at random. What it does is it rolls things at random, and then once it gets to your second to last roll, if you haven't rolled into your selected stats yet, it's gonna go there. And once it gets to your last roll, if you've only rolled into your selected stats once, it's gonna roll there again. In other words, you're not more likely to get more than 2 rolls, because if you've already gotten 2 rolls when you get to your second to last roll and your last roll, there's no additional guarantee. So there's no improvement to the odds of getting more than 2, but it increases the odds of getting 2 instead of 1 and 0. Basically, it removes the possibilities of getting 0 or 1 roll into your stats, and it takes the odds of those results happening and it puts them into the odds of getting 2 instead. But the rest of the odds don't change. You can reshape an artifact, from what we know, however many times you want. And if you reshape an artifact multiple times, it's gonna progress on something called the Hallowed Exegesis. Basically, it's kind of like a pity system. Once you've rerolled your artifact a few times, your next reroll is gonna be enhanced. And it's gonna be enhanced by, instead of guaranteeing 2 rolls, guaranteeing more than 2. From what we understand with the latest released information, it's basically that every 6 dust spent, your reroll is gonna be improved. Is it going to be on the 6th one or after the 6th one? We don't know, but whatever. The 6th one is going to be guaranteed 3 rolls instead of 2. Same for the 12th one. But the 18th one is going to be guaranteed 4 rolls. What that means is that, like, if you have, say, an artifact like this, right, I want this to roll only into crit rate and crit damage, I could reroll this, and then once I've rerolled it 18 times, or once I've spent 18 dust on it, I'm guaranteed that it's going to be 4 rolls into crit, and then 1 remaining roll at random between the 2. Rerolling a flower or a feather costs 1 dust. Rerolling an artifact that is not a flower or a feather, so sands, goblet, or circlet, costs 2 dust. From what we understand so far, it seems as though it's not every 6 attempts, it's every 6 dust spent. And so for the sands, goblet, circlet, it would only be every 3 attempts. Basically, getting your, like, quote-unquote guaranteed 3-roller is still going to be 6 dust on your goblet, and your quote-unquote guaranteed 4-roller, I say 4, but it's actually 6 because you start with 2. Your guaranteed 4 additional rolls is still going to take 18 dust. Now, you get 3 dust per patch if you clear the new endgame. Not difficulty 6, right? Difficulty 5. Spending a bit of resin into the mode gets you 1 dust. Clearing difficulty 4 gets you 1 dust, and clearing difficulty 5 gets you 1 dust. Difficulty 5 is a bit more difficult than Abyss 12, but if you are able to clear Abyss 12, you're guaranteed to get the first 2 at the very least. And then you can get more if you do Battle Pass, and they're also giving us some in the mail on the release of the system. But the expected income is 3 per patch for free-to-play and 5 per patch for Battle Pass players. That means that getting the 18 dust you need to reroll, or to reach the pity on 4 rolls, is 6 patches. That's 9 months. I am saying that with the assumption that the mode resets once per patch. It's possible that it will reset once a month. So how does that guarantee affect what sort of artifacts you should be targeting? Well, let's quickly do a lesson on artifacts. Let's look at this artifact. This artifact is a crit damage main stat with crit rate substat. It's fulfilling the, like, bare minimum for for this artifact being a consideration for level up, but it has HP percent and flat attack, which are two stats that aren't that valuable. An artifact like this, if you don't already have some really, really good things, is often worth getting to 4. At level 4, you'll see what the last line is. If the last line is something that you're not looking for, it means that when you level this up past level 4, it only has a 1 out of 4 chance to roll into crit. And so unless what you're starting with is pretty bad, unless you don't have a very good circlet already, it won't be worth leveling. But if it rolls a useful stat, then it's a 50-50 that it rolls into a useful stat instead of a 1 out of 4. And so if I am leveling this for Arlecchino, I'd be looking for either attack percent or EM here. If I'm leveling this for Client, I'd only really be looking for attack percent. So once you reveal that last stat, you can make the decision on whether you get it past +4 or not. Here, flat defense, we're not doing that. This one, right, it's an artifact that it started as a 4-liner, not a 3-liner, and already had 2 useful ones. And so each roll that you do is a 50-50 that is a useful stat, at least for Arlecchino. An artifact like this, generally, you can still consider leveling if you don't have the best stuff already. My current circlet is pretty good, so I don't need to. But if you don't have something too good, something like this is still worth considering for level up. When it comes to what the best possible case scenario for a reroll is, generally, the best target is going to be an artifact that has as many useful rolls as possible, but that didn't roll well. Assume that this is, you're doing Marie-José Ayaka. This is the sort of piece that is like the best possible target for one reroll, right? If you're not trying to rely on the pity system, you just want to reroll the base reroll system, the best possible targets are going to be artifacts that have 3 useful stats, 1 bad stat, and it rolled all into the bad stat. The reason for that is because as much as the guarantee is useful, it's not actually enough to make a good artifact. When you look at like actual good builds, 2 guaranteed rolls is not enough to bring your build to good. It's enough to bring it to decent, but it's not going to be outstanding. Which means you're relying more on trying to get good RNG and getting more than 2, or getting to the pity system. And so the best possible target is going to be an artifact that rolled like shit, so it can be a big improvement, but has as many good rolls as possible. And so something like this would be amazing. That being said, that's in terms of improvement. Roll like shit, so it can be a big improvement, but has as many good rolls as possible. And so something like this would be amazing. That being said, that's in terms of improvement from the reroll artifact. And keep in mind, it's not just about how much it improves, it's about how much it is at the end. So even if something improves less, if it ends up being a better artifact at the end, it's not as big of a deal. Because of that, even in an artifact like this, that is a very good artifact, could still be a decent target for the reroll system. Being a better artifact and is a very good artifact, could still be a decent target for the reroll system. Because if you're using this on a character that likes the EM, like Malika or Arlecchino, it can't really get worse than this. You're guaranteed at least 2 crit rolls, so it's guaranteed to be like a side grade or an upgrade. So this would still be a decent reroll target. On top of that, if you're willing to actually spend invest the dust to get to the pity, get to the 6 pity or the 18 pity, it is going to be a guaranteed upgrade. That being said, in my opinion, the best use of the guaranteed 18 pity, if you really want to invest that much, is going to be artifacts that only have 2 useful stats. When you're looking at, for example, let's think about a great Chlorine circlet. The best possible target to improve Chlorine's build would be an artifact like this one. Something that has 2 useful stats. If you get it to the 18, is guaranteed to get a total of 4 additional rolls into those stats. Now, if you're not relying on the pity system, you generally want to mainly target artifacts that have many good rolls and that started as 4-liners. Right? So artifacts at +0 can either start with 3 or 4 stats, right? 4 stats, 3 stats. Artifacts that start with 4 stats, obviously, when they get to +20, are gonna have 9 total rolls instead of 8. That means that when you reroll them, you redistribute 5 instead of 4. And so if you're targeting an artifact that has multiple good rolls, you would much prefer it being an artifact that you reroll them, you redistribute 5 instead of 4. And so if you're targeting an artifact that has multiple good rolls, you would much prefer it being an artifact that started as a 4-liner than an artifact that started as a 3-liner. But if you only have targeting an artifact that has multiple good rolls, you would much prefer it being an artifact that started as a 4-liner than an artifact that started as a 3-liner. But if you only have 2 useful rolls, right, like this an artifact, for example, it doesn't really matter that this was a 4-liner, because the odds of getting all 5 rolls into the useful stats, right, is 50-50, 5 times 3%. That's not very high. The odds of getting at least 4 rolls into your selected stats are about 18%. So most likely you're gonna get those 4 rolls into your selected stats just by chance before you even get to the pity. Well, I say most likely. There's a decent chance that it happens, but it's still possible that it doesn't, and because it's still possible that it doesn't, the pity is still helpful. Assuming that my understanding is correct and that it counts the amount of dust, not the amount of attempts, and so you end up, it takes the same amount of dust to reach the like pity mechanics for Circlets' feathers. Like if you're trying to get something that's as solid as possible, or you're not trying to get the perfect artifact, for Sans Goblets and Circlets, it matters a little bit less if they're 4-liners, since you end up with a lower amount of attempts at getting 4 rolls into your selected stats on the way to the pity. By the time you've reached pity, you've only had 9 or 8 or 10, depending on when exactly you get the guarantee, whatever. Probably 9, maybe 8 attempts, instead of, 18 or 17. Anyways, this whole system, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little disappointed. And it's not even because the system is that bad. It's just because they kind of clickbaited. When they revealed the system in the live stream, and they quickly mentioned the hallowed exegesis mechanic that allowed you to get leveled up artifact reshaping, it kind of seemed as though it leveled up permanently, and after you got 6, you would now be guaranteed to get 3 instead of 2 guaranteed stats on each attempt, and then it could level up again and get 4 on each attempt. They didn't explicitly say that, but that's kind of the impression I got. And so once we got leaks on how it actually works, that it's not a permanent increase upgrade, it's just a one-time upgrade on the 6th, on the 12th, and on the 18th, I was very disappointed. It's a bit unfortunate. It's not as good as I was hoping, but it's still not bad. But yeah, best possible targets is 4-liner artifacts with multiple good stats that rolled like shit. Something like this if you're doing Ayaka. If you're doing Skirk, the ER is not good, so you only have 2 useful stats. But if this was attack percent, this would be a great target for Skirk. This would also be a pretty solid reroll target if you're trying to build your Fischl, because while the EM and the attack rolls are useful rolls for Fischl, if you're playing her in Quicken, EM and attack for the aggravate reaction don't multiply each other. Fischl is effectively a split scale. EM and the attack rolls are useful rolls for Fischl if you're playing her in Quicken. EM and attack for the aggravate reaction don't multiply each other. Fischl is effectively a split scaler, with a half of her damage coming from attack scaling and half of her damage coming from EM scaling through aggravate reactions. And so while EM and attack are both good substats, both of them are noticeably worse than crit. So this would also be a pretty good reroll target, because at least, even if you just target it once, it's a guaranteed upgrade, because just redistributing 2 of these rolls into crit would be good. On top of that, if the remaining rolls end up more into attack percent than EM, it can also be a good piece for Escoffier. It can also become a better piece for Fischl in teams where she's not getting aggravate. And so it's basically a guaranteed upgrade that would be a pretty solid target. This is not the sort of artifact that you want to reroll multiple times, though. This is a sort of artifact that you go into the reshaping system with the intention of rerolling it once and then being done with it. This sort of thing, like, I understand why you'd want to reroll this. 9.3 crit rate on 3 crit rolls is 3.1 crit rate per roll. That means 3 low rolls. 18.7 means 6.2 per roll. That's also 3 low rolls. And then EM 35, that's like 17 per. That's 2 low rolls. This is the sort of artifact that hurts your eyes, but honestly, it's not really a good target, because in order for this to be even a side grade, you need to dodge HP 5 times, which is 20%. But then also, on a lot of the characters, the pyro characters that want EM, crit is noticeably more valuable. You can still target it, and it probably will net you an upgrade after maybe 5 to 6 rolls, but that's a lot of dust for a minor upgrade, because it's already very good. So personally, it's not really the sort of stuff I'd target. Maybe if you mained a specific character and it was their onset goblet and they didn't care about any other stats. But the problem here is that you could always eventually get a new goblet that would be attack percent instead of HP here, and then this would become dog shit and you'd never look at it again. On top of that, it's not even on here, and then actually get a new goblet that would be attack percent instead of HP here, and then this would become dog shit and you'd never look at it again. On top of that, it's not even on set, so it's pretty much always going to be an offset. The only characters that would want Pyro on Reverie are characters that don't want EM. Anyways, that's going to be it for the artifact reshaping system. I'll be talking about it a lot more when it actually comes out, for sure. So you guys can look forward to that. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, all the good.
属性に帰着するなど高望みなこと。我は自然と共にある方が落ち着く。
競争よ決心となれ光り輝くがいい目も舌も満足させてあげるで神里流消滅魂よ身直送命ずるはっ踊りなさい最高の一品よ取った魂よはっふっはっ競争よ決心となれ光り輝くがいいじゃじゃーん雪を前へ神里流消滅律令に従え入れよ世界を熱狂の渦に目も舌も満足させてあげる食事それ取った命ずるやっ入れよ天心直送僕をたたえよ歌え僕の名も万のように羽ばたけ桜吹雪魂よ 武器を捨てろ。もっと早く、もっと
燃えよ、石煙に葬られよ。
突撃。頭突き。ジャスティス。ヒーロー決断。ドーン。見ててよ。はーい。動くな。呼吸を整えよう。
頭上を焼き尽くす。聞け、太陽の本。
はい、私爆裂パワー。ヒーロー決断。いくよ。突撃。頭突き。
燃えよ。
最後の警告。イカズチのごとく。ドーン。オフ。ヒーローキーク。ヒーロー決断。頭突き。ジャスティス。ドーン。法の裁きを受けて。呼吸を整えよう。カウント。
烈日よ、私に従え。石煙。
いくよ。動くな。イカズチのごとく。動け。
燃えよ。
ジャスティス。ドーン。突撃。くらえ。頭突き。ヒーロー決断。たま。この同点。同点についての。おお。
武器を捨てろ。
合図を待てよな。
危険。太陽の本番を加速。
私ヒーロー決断。くらえ。えい。頭突き。はあ。くらえ。こう。かな。と。ヒーロー決断。聞いててよ。
動くな。
動け。もっと。
この天下で裁く。
そうこなくっちゃ。はあ。カウント。
頭上を焼き尽くす。赤煙に葬られ。
行くよ。突撃。頭突き。やっ。おう。うん。あ。はあ。うん。
時間を見つけて竜の異物研究会に鑑定を依頼しに行こう。
お。おー。
史上最大サイズなんだ。時間を見つけて竜の異物研究会に鑑定を依頼しに行こう。
果物を育てるにはいろんなことを考えないといけないんだ。いい感じのタイミングで水やりと草むしりをしてあげて、鉱石の粉末で土に栄養を補給してあげて、温度も快適に保ってあげるの。でもおおーはっはっ
史上最大サイズなんだ。
星と深淵。無事今日の依頼。
Every year in Genshin Impact is characterized by a few months of extreme hype starting around August or September, which continues into early next year as the Archon quest concludes. Then throughout most of late winter, spring, and early summer, the supposed filler nature of the game's events and versions throughout that time results in nothing of noteworthy import taking place. But on multiple occasions in the past, one of those quote-unquote filler versions would feature a compelling diversion from the main story and/or the inclusion of a high-profile character to drive excitement for a short time. Back in version 2 and 4, we had the arrival of Yelan and Arlecchino, two very strong and appealing units that also coincided with an appealing side story expansion. This time around in 5.7, we're getting someone who, ever since we knew the arrival of Yelan and Arlecchino, two very strong and appealing units that also coincided with an appealing side story expansion. This time around in 5.7, we're getting someone who, ever since we knew of her, drew a lot of attention and many questions as to what form she would take in game, considering her otherworldly nature, not unlike Dainsleif. Child's mentor Skirk has made a debut in Genshin, sparking a fair bit of interest in the game that compounds off of the uncharacteristic expansion of Mondstadt the version prior. But unlike Arlecchino and Yelan, who were unanimously appreciated for their strength and versatility, Skirk has a few qualities to her that could potentially impact her reception from a gameplay point of view, and I'll be covering that in this video. The previous character that came out was Escoffier, a sub-DPS cryo character with the ability to not only heal the party, but greatly shred enemy hydro and cryo resistance, far beyond what any other singular unit could achieve in the past. Escoffier's role consolidation and power ceiling was so great that she alone elevated Ayaka, Ganyu, and Risley from decent but not all that noteworthy to meta-relevant high tiers once again. Her very inclusion broke an almost 2-year-long ice age affecting the cryo element. Objectively, buffing older characters who struggle in the meta due to circumstance is a good thing, and I'm glad Hoyo's making an effort. Older characters who struggle in the meta due to circumstance is a good thing, and I'm glad Hoyo's making an effort to keep older generation DPS units in a viable state. However, a potentially huge downside to Escoffier's inclusion is that she runs the risk of bottlenecking the cryo element. Her supportive utility, in conjunction with her personal damage, are so high for a single character that future units in that niche will inevitably have to be balanced around that, so as not to upset the balance of the game entirely. Why that poses a problem is because it leads to a catch-22 situation. On one hand, freeze-oriented DPS characters have to be kept at a certain power level so as to avoid getting overbuffed by Escoffier and outperforming the competition. It wouldn't be a very good move in terms of optics for the unit in question to beat over Mavuika, the current best DPS in the game, especially if they themselves are not an Archon or high-profile character, and more importantly, so soon after she just came out. Genshin is power creeping as of late, no denying that, but a move like this would feel simply too ostentatious and in bad taste. On the other hand, however, the hypothetical cryo DPS would need to have a considerably low baseline if we accounted for the extra power and comfortability that Escoffier could provide to them, consequently being a unit whose entire usage and pull value is contingent on a specific character. It would be one thing if a unit needs a general support like Verina, Kozuha, or Shilona to be effective, it's another to need a hyper-specific unit with minimal splashability, let alone possibly two. It would take only one patch for that concern to be proven right. Enter Skirk, our newest DPS unit and a cryo one at that. Now the thumbnail of the video says wasted potential, and I'm sure a number of you were thinking it was in reference to her element. That is certainly a part of it. When the community first laid eyes on her, even among Genshin's colorful cast of unique designs, Skirk was especially attention-grabbing in many ways. Her ethereal, otherworldly, and distorted color scheme bore a striking resemblance to Dainsleif, both of whom looked like they weren't a part of any known region of Teyvat or even channeled one of the 7 elements. The player base was led to believe, if and when they were eventually made playable, that they could potentially introduce an altogether new element, given their ties to the Abyss and its unique dark blue-violet aesthetic. You can imagine parts of the fandom couldn't help but feel disappointed at the fact that she would just be yet another cryo character. Granted, she didn't have to represent a new element, but it would have most definitely turned a lot more heads and raised a whole bunch of interesting theories and questions on the future of Genshin Impact's gameplay. Whether we would have gotten a big expansion of possibly multiple new elements the same way honkaistarrail introduced a new remembrance path and is heavily foreshadowing the release of more later on. In defense of Hoyo, I can see why they prefer to wait until we get like a full version update, similarly to how they held off on Dendro units until version 3. In my video on Genshin needing new elements, I talked about how there would need to be major restructuring of elemental reactions and interactions if they were ever to add an 8th, 9th, 10th element and so on. And I feel like it would have been too much of a hassle and too weird of a time to release a unit with a new element right in the middle of the filler period of a version. Still though, one of the most enigmatic units in Genshin's storyline turning out to be just a cryo DPS kinda leaves you wondering if they missed out on a golden opportunity. That aside, we'll talk about Skirk's gameplay now. Given the fact that her protege child has two differing, practically mutually exclusive playstyles based on what form he's in, his mistress, a child has two differing That aside, we'll talk about Skirk's gameplay now. Given the fact that her protege child has two differing, practically mutually exclusive playstyles based on what form he's in, his mistress also conducts a dual playstyle. Though she belongs to one of the 7 elements, Skirk is by no means an ordinary character. We'll open up with her elemental burst, Havoc Ruin. You'll notice immediately that, like Mavuika, Skirk's ultimate does not rely on energy, instead her own Serpent Subtlety resource, making her the second unit in Genshin to have a non-energy based mechanic. Although fortunately, unlike Mavuika, you don't have to rely on external sources to power this one up. When you have at least 50, you can activate it for a big blast of damage in an area, and when she's in her special skill mode, she gets a different elemental burst that instead powers her normal attacks for a short time. Functionally speaking, Serpent Subtlety is the same as Night Soul. It behaves as a gas tank for not only activating her ultimate, but powering her entire kit in general, and there are 2 ways to get it. First is by activating her skill, Havoc Warp, immediately replenishing 45 Subtlety and entering a stance, providing a new set of attacks that deal modified damage. While in this mode, she drains 7 Subtlety per second, meaning her skill alone will give her at least 6 seconds of uptime and change. But she can extend the duration by absorbing Void Rifts that spawn around the field, supplementing her resource bar and augmenting her attacks. We'll talk about Void Rifts in a little bit. Speaking of attacks, you may have taken notice of the fact that Skirk's base scaling is incredible. All of her attacks deal upwards of 2 to 350% in damage, giving you an idea of the kind of numbers we're dealing with. This is definitely in line with the power scaling of 3rd generation units, if not more so. By the way, for those wondering, I consider 3rd generation DPS characters to be post-novelette. People were asking in my prior videos what I meant by 1st, 2nd, and 3rd gen. It's not a colloquial term, just something I came up with. Anyway, back to her elemental burst. Using it without her skill results in a blast of cryo damage that increases in power for every point of subtlety you have past 50, up to a cap of 12, so 62 points or higher. When done so, Havoc Ruin has a base scaling of 221% times 5 and then 368.3%. But if you have 62 subtlety or more, she adds an additional 417.36% to each instance of damage in her ultimate. Keyword each, meaning all 6 attacks of Havoc Ruin get each. But if you have 62 subtlety or more, she adds an additional 417.36% to each instance of damage in her ultimate. Keyword each, meaning all 6 attacks of Havoc Ruin gain that multiplier, pushing her elemental burst damage to a staggering total of almost 4,000%. No two ways about it, she hits like a f***ing truck. But there's a secondary component to her elemental burst. If you cast her skill beforehand, it goes from Havoc Ruin to Havoc Extinction, which doesn't cost any subtlety to use. However, instead of dealing damage, it simply draws in nearby Void Rifts to empower her normal attack damage during this time, up to 20% if you absorb 3. Basically, on one hand you have a giant front-loaded screen nuke that explodes everything all at once, and on the other hand you spread that damage out across the length of her skill for more consistent damage. Both have their places, but that about summarizes the length of Skirk's playstyle. You either use her skill to power up her ultimate for an explosion, or you use her ultimate to power up her skill for consistent DPS. Onto her Ascension passive talents, of which there are 3 to power up her skill for consistent DPS. Onto her Ascension passive talents, of which there are 3 to talk about. First and foremost, her unique skill. When all party members are Hydro or Cryo and there's at least one of each, everyone gets 1 more level on their elemental skill. After so long, we finally got someone else besides Child who can raise attack talent levels. Shame it's only on freeze teams though. Now to actually discuss what Void Rifts are. Her A1 passive passes, so when cryo reactions that aren't melt are triggered, a Void Rift is created that chills on the field for a bit. The passes, so when cryo reactions that aren't melt are triggered, a Void Rift is created that chills on the field for a bit, kinda like a source water droplet. When Skirk uses her charged attack, Havoc Extinction, or her whole skill, she absorbs these rifts, each providing 8 subtlety points, and of course if you use Havoc Extinction, it also empowers her normal attack damage. So in total, through her skill and day 1 passive, Skirk is able to acquire up to 69 Serpent Subtlety in a given rotation. By this point, you guys might be wondering where the hell are the red flags in her kit, because so far it looks like there's nothing all that wrong with her. Well, it's because the red flag is in her A4. When Hydro or Cryo party members besides Skirk deal damage to enemies, she gains a stack for 20 seconds, up to a maximum of 3. Each party member can only contribute 1 stack, which means every party member has to be either Hydro or Cryo. When done so, Skirk's normal attack damage dealt by her skill and the explosion damage on Havoc Ruin are increased by 110, 120, or 170, and 105, 115, and 160% of the original damage respectively. So when you take this into account, Skirk's normal attack scaling can escalate to well past 400 to 500% per strike, giving her some of the highest raw attack scaling in the game. As well, that aforementioned almost 4% per strike. Take this into account, Skirk's normal attack scaling can escalate to well past 400 to 500% per strike, giving her some of the highest raw attack scaling in the game. as well that aforementioned almost 4000% elemental burst crosses to well over 6000%. We've really come a long way since version 1 to say the least. Skirk's elemental burst outclasses a full 30 stack Lightfall Sword burst from Eula by a wide margin. Skirk's elemental burst outclasses a full 30 stack Lightfall Sword burst from Eula by a wide margin, only it's much easier to obtain and no energy cost. This also comes with the implication that Skirk can beat out Ayaka in front-loaded DPS. Point for This also comes with the implication that Skirk can beat out Ayaka in front-loaded DPS. Point for point. This also comes with the implication that Skirk can beat out Ayaka in front-loaded DPS. Point for point, her C0 burst does equal if not more front-loaded damage than Ayaka's C2 burst. In essence, if you have a full freeze team, Skirk shoots out damage like she's the main character of the anime because if the circumstances align. With a full freeze team, Skirk shoots out damage like she's the main character of the anime because if the circumstances align, she pretty much is. The downside is what it takes to get to her ceiling. I want to first preface by saying I'm aware every character has a best-in-slot team that performs measurably better than whatever alternative options they have. A common rebuttal I often get is that a DPS character like Novelette greatly enjoys having the X-Hydro Archon on his team, and would unsurprisingly be worse off without her. He enjoys having the X-Hydro Archon on his team, and would unsurprisingly be worse off without her. That is true, but part of what makes his case a bit different is not only the margin of difference between his best in slot and number 2, but also the supposed party versatility of the supports involved. His best team by my estimate consists of Arena, Kosuha, and Shilonen. All three of them can be splashed into multiple different engines, meaning there's more incentive than just Novelette to go after these supports. And even if you don't go after them, the minimum value he provides makes him a very high functioning unit, whereas a more niche DPS like Kanish, meaning there's more incentive than just Novelette to go after these supports. And even if you don't go after them, the minimum value he provides makes him a very high functioning unit, whereas a more niche DPS like Kanish has a lower value rating by way of his hyper-specific playstyle, making him significantly worse in perception despite being equally as capable. Skirk encounters a similar issue. The nature of her Ascension talents pigeonholes her into a highly restrictive team composition consisting of only Hydro and Cryo. Not the first we've seen of this constraint, as Nilou enjoyed a very successful career in spite of hers. A privilege afforded to the latter, though, is how flexible and accommodating her party needs were. No such luck for the Abyss Girl. To start, early calculations of Skirk's best team as in her best in slot party put her behind only Mavuika in strength. In other words, Skirk's best team as in her best in slot party put her behind only Mavuika in strength. Early calculations of Skirk's best team as in her best in slot party put her behind only Mavuika in strength. In other words, she convincingly out-DPSs the entire rest of the competition. No small feat in light of the Murderer's Row convincingly out-DPSs the entire rest of the competition. No small feat. In other words, she convincingly out-DPSs the entire rest of the competition. No small feat in light. In other words, she convincingly out-DPSs the entire rest of the competition. No small feat in light of the Murderer's Row of Natlan hyper carries given to us over the past year. Additionally, her party's stringent requirements make finding the rest of her cadre quite difficult, especially for free-to-play players. I will go on record to say Dahlia, who came out alongside her, was blatantly meant to be playing with her and can be quite handy in that department. Skirk's normal attack-centric playstyle entails the potential of benefiting from attack speed augments, of which Dahlia specializes in. However, for him to earn a position benefiting from attack speed augments, of which Dahlia specializes, attack-centric playstyle entails the potential of benefiting from attack speed augments, of which Dahlia specializes in. However, for him to earn a position as one of Skirk's best-in-slot party members, you'll need to, unsurprisingly, entails the potential of benefiting from attack speed augments, of which Dahlia specializes in. However, for him to earn a position as one of Skirk's best-in-slot party members, you'll need to, unsurprisingly, get him up to C6 for a total of 30% attack speed. When accounting for the impressive defensive utility he offers in addition to that, C6 Dahlia can be of greater benefit than 5-star alternatives like support Zalali and Shunhe. Therein lies a critical issue though, the potential cost of a max constellation 4-star. Depending on your luck, or should I say absence of it, pulling 7 copies of a 4-star could be substantially more cost prohibitive than landing a single 5-star, and while it isn't explicitly necessary for you to max Dahlia to have him support Skirk effectively, Effectively, the fact remains if you're trying to aim for optimal results, he may very well be even more difficult to acquire than a 5-star. That's assuming you have Escoffier. Dahlia is only best in slot, heck, only usable if you have Escoffier, since if you don't, you'll need to find another healing unit to power fanfare stacks. Skirk's projected best party consists of herself, Escoffier, Dahlia, and Verena. If you don't have Escoffier though, trying to build a strong team becomes even tougher, since your only options for DPS boosting healers are Mika and Charlotte, who are far from optimal units in their own right. Presumably, Skirk's best team without Escoffier consists of herself, Mika, Farina, and supports Solali, which, on top of being a serious downgrade from her best, requires you to withdraw Solali from Mavuika if you were planning to use her for that team. If you don't want to do that, your remaining options are Yelan and Shunhe, both 5-star units, only adding more fuel to the fire of needing hyper-specific units just for this one DPS character. So I don't think anyone wants to pull for her. Putting it bluntly, not having Escoffier will severely hamstring Skirk's party options on account of being limited to the support and the power fanfares. If you're trying to aim for optimal results, he may very well be even more difficult to acquire than a 5-star. That's assuming you have Escoffier. Dahlia is only best in slot, heck, only usable if you have Escoffier, since if you don't, you'll need to find another healing unit to power fanfare stacks. Skirk's projected best party consists of herself, Escoffier, Dahlia, and Verena. If you don't have Escoffier though, trying to build a strong team becomes even tougher, since your only options for DPS boosting healers are Mika and Charlotte, who are far from optimal units in their own right. Presumably, Skirk's best team without Escoffier consists of herself, Mika, Farina, and supports Solali, which, on top of being a serious downgrade from her best, requires you to withdraw Solali from Mavuika if you were planning to use her for that team. If you don't want to do that, your remaining options are Yelan and Shunhe, both 5-star units, only adding more fuel to the fire of needing hyper-specific units just for this one DPS character. So I don't think anyone wants to pull for her. Putting it bluntly, not having Escoffier will severely hamstring Skirk's party options on account of being limited to only the character pool of 2 elements, not 7, as well as most good options in that pool being units with minimal if any splashability outside of her team, or units who are more needed in another team. Just how worse off is Skirk without the aid of Escoffier though? Broadly speaking, without the head chef, Skirk's DPS goes from being the best in the game, if not tied with the best in the game, to on the level of current Natlan DPS teams, sans Mavuika, if not tied with the best in the game, to on the level of current Natlan DPS teams, sans Mavuika, kind of proving my concern back in the Escoffier video that Skirk has to be kept intentionally underpowered or completely dependent on Escoffier to not disrupt the metagame too much. We're talking about a 35% difference between a party with and without Escoffier. They're deliberately keeping Skirk from going any higher than she is, all because Escoffier would make her stronger than Mavuika, which Hoyo doesn't really want to do for a non-lore prominent character. Even though it's implied stronger than Mavuika, which Hoyo doesn't really want to do for a non-lore prominent character, even though it's implied that Skirk can easily go toe-to-toe with Archons. That to me is the true wasted potential of the character. Skirk was built up to be one of the most threatening characters in the game in power, shrouded by mystery because of her abyssal origins, and yet in-game she comes out as just another cryo unit with a kit that is strong, don't get me wrong, but under the stipulation that you get all these peripheral units, many of whom can't be used for any other niche besides hers. I wouldn't be so hard on this if Escoffier could be used in other teams, giving her more pull value, but the quote-unquote alternative to Skirk is Ayaka, who's in the same exact role as her, begging the question, why even go for Skirk in the first place? That's not to say she doesn't have options besides Escoffier, but none of them come anywhere close in comparability. Some of you might ask, is this not the best way to manage power creep while still releasing quality characters by making them not all-purpose 1v9ers? It would be if Genshin was a game that lets you have every single unit for free. Unfortunately, since 5-star units cost hundreds of dollars to acquire, not only do you have to go through the trouble of pulling the main DPS in question, but for those who don't already have them, they have to then go out of their way to pull for more characters, of whom you can't extract any value of outside of being used alongside Skirk, since any other candidate overlaps in function with her. To build this party from scratch, you have to C6 a brand new 4-star and have already pulled a 5-star support the version prior, just to get her to her strongest point. I understand Genshin doesn't expect you to go that far to complete the game's content, but it's the same as buying a car that can drive 200 kilometers an hour, but you can only drive half that speed unless you pay extra. Then what was the point of buying the car? It doesn't feel good to be gated from a huge portion of the DPS unit's power. Bottom line is, Skirk might be the only character in Genshin for a long time with a power ceiling high enough to contest Mavuika, who totally overshadowed every other unit in the game prior to her arrival. However, it's behind a paywall with quite possibly one of the worst value propositions I've seen in a very long time. I made a big fuss over Mavuika when she first came out for punishing players who didn't pull for Shallonen and Zalali, and it's the same here. If you didn't pull a Scoffier, you're locked out of a third of Skirk's maximum strength. To add insult to injury, none of the recent high-profile supports work on her, so for accounts who don't have Mika or Shunhe or Yelan, the former two being units no one has had any pragmatic reason to keep an eye on, and the latter not having gotten a rerun in basically a year, you're out of luck for the time being. To reiterate, none of them are best-in-slot teammates. You had to go through this much trouble for downgrade options. It's no wonder Genshin players have to pay attention to leaks multiple versions into the future. How is anyone supposed to build a party-restrictive unit without knowing months in advance what teammates they'll need? Again, if we could get these characters year-round, that's one thing, but sometimes units don't get featured again for upwards of a year. I don't mind characters of this specific niche, I find them to be quite creative. But if you make them specific and party stringent without giving players enough latitude in dealing with it, it just doesn't feel good to pull for Skirk right now. Anyway, the video is getting very long, so I'll end it off here. For all I know, this can age like milk, and similarly to Mavuika, will get more accessible support for her soon. I honestly hope she does. Let me know your thoughts on Skirk in the comments down below, whether you agree or disagree with my points, but for now, if you enjoyed the video, a like and subscribe would be much appreciated. Don't forget to... One of the most anticipated releases in Genshin Impact during the beginning of the game was Kamisato Ayaka, a character who, despite not coming out until version 2, was in fact a playable unit during the closed beta test, no doubt adding more fire to the anticipation of her eventual debut. When you took a look at the game files and discovered she was also the first cast member to be conceived in the game even before Ether and Lu
き尽くす。引け。
ジャスティス。私に見ててよ。超必殺ハンマー食らえ。ジャスティス。
動くな。これは必要。
イカズチのごとく。
この天下で裁く。
行くよ。あーくらえ。大火弾おろし。頭突き。呼吸を整えよう。
武器を捨てろ。この石煙に葬られよ。
ヒーロー剣山。ドーン。頭突き。ジャスティス。いたたた。
動くな。
もっと早く。もっと。
燃えよ。この天下で裁く。
その力を。
捕まえた。糸よ。工作せよ。
世界を熱狂の渦に。食前に甘いものを。
寒いから気をつけろよ。ほらほらほら。さあさあ。それ。
どの目が出るかしら。痛がっちゃいます。
お披露目だ。光り輝くがいい。ガンのように羽ばたく。
ほらほら。行ってください。ほら。そりゃ。
糸よ。工作せよ。
歌え。僕の名のもと。目の下も満足させて。
少しいいかい。さあ。ほらほら。寒いから気をつけろよ。
かかれ。よっ。
終わりね。僕をたたえよ。平穏調理。
最後の警告。
呼吸を整えよう。突撃。吹き飛べ。ジャスティス。頭突き。そりゃヒーロー剣山。くらえ。
武器を捨てろ。
イカズチのごとく。カウント。
石煙に葬られよ。止めるよ。
ジャスティス。ドーン。突撃。
これは必要な武力だ。最後の警告。
もっと早く。もっと強く。
頭上を焼き尽くす。この天下で。
行くよ。ヒーロー剣山。頭突き。突撃。合図を待てよな。
石煙に葬られよ。加速するぞ。
いや、行くよ。怖いよ。突撃。ドーンドーン。超必殺ハンマー。
捕まえた。
お披露目だ。世界を熱狂の渦に。はって。
と、かかれ。糸よ。工作せよ。その場しのぎじゃダメだ。
最高の一品よ。
そりゃ。大きなる信念。行ってください。
捕まえた。どの目が出るかしら。
神聖な
食前には
始めよう。ほらほら。万一の教授。ほら。素晴らしい。そりゃ。扉は。
痛がっちゃいないよ。
をつけろよ。
捕まえた。糸よ、工作せよ。
光り輝くがいい。ガンのように羽ばたく。終わりね。僕をたたえよ。食前に甘いものを。目も舌も満足させ。歌え僕の名のもと。
恐れなくていいさ。罪と向き合う。少しいいかい。
武器を捨てろ。もっと早く。おっ、烈日に私に従え。
頭突きジャスティス。ドーン行くよ。突撃くらえ。
最後の警告。
イカズチのごとく買うぞ。
この天下で裁く。
頭突き大火山おろし。
武器を捨てろ。もっと早く。もっと頭上を焼き尽くす石煙に葬られよ。
行くよ。怒るよ。突撃ジャスティス。ドーン
最後の警告。
イカズチのごとく
燃えよ、この天下で裁く。
頭突きヒーロー決断。行くよ。
痛がったよ。糸よ、
お披露目だ。世界を熱狂の渦にガンのように羽ばたく。
始めよう。どれよ。寒いから気をつけろよ。
捕まえた。
終わりでせい低温調理。
逃げるな。オラオラ。いやうら。さあ。いや。さあ。恐れなくていいさ。
かかれ。糸よ、工作せよ。
歌え僕の名のもとに僕を。目の下も満足させてあげる。レーザー
どれよ。それ。オラオラ。いって。
今こそ出陣の時。
インスピレーションには冒険というスパイスが不可欠よ。全部丸見えね。私のお家にいらっしゃ頼むよこれアンバー。それ去ってくる。
判決からは逃れられない。在家を断つ。審判の時。逃げ場を。
手をつなぎましょう。これこそが知恵の伝道。姿を見せよ。とことん開きましょう。
無意味な抵抗を勝利をしてやる。お前の罪をせいや罪を償うがいい。は審判の時だ。罪を償うがいい。手強いな。
全部丸見黒き翼よ。シュッ私のお家にいらっしゃい。
降伏しろ。判決からは逃れられない。代価を断つ。罪を償うがいい。審判の時だ。 無意味な
断罪の名によ。
去ってください。治療は僕にお任せを。
踊ろう。
この身で万象を粛清する。罪を償うがいい。せいたや審判の時だ。
飽きちゃった。
在下を立つ。審判の時だ。
招かれざる傷が
姿を見せ戻れ。頼むよこりゃ。
逃げやるじゃないか。判決からは逃れられない。在下を立つ。や罪を償うがいい。
断罪の名に。
降伏しろ。この身で万象を粛清する。審判の時だ。せい在下を立つ。
行け。踊ろう。行け。
無意味な抵抗を勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。
招かれざる傷なのか。
姿を再生入れて。これこそが知恵の伝道。
判決からは逃れられない。審判の時だ。
もう飽きちゃった。
罪を償うがいい。在下を立つ。審判の時だ。罪を。
断罪の名。戦法を開け。権限せよ。
この身で万象を粛清する。審判の時だ。はった罪を償うがいい。やっと審判の時だ。
何か用か？
見切りました。カウント。
誰だ強制。
逃げ道はあります。もっと早く。ここより弱滅の時。ヒュッタッはっセーフふっ見切りました。
ヨーヨー、ちゃんとみんなのお世話をするよ。
呼吸を整えよう。
これならどうだ。それ
我が剣よ影に従え。瞬く間に。やっそりゃ急がないと。はっはっ陣営のごとく。はっ皆さん雷のごとく動け。逃がさない。ふんそりゃディアほっそりはっはあ瞬く間に。そっ
おだろ。
いけふわっディアカウントスタート。はあディアそりゃ陣営のごとく。はっやっ瞬く間に。動け。逃げ道はありま
三段。強
気を整えよう。
裁きの怒り。
理論の演劇。もらった。
反則攻撃、もっと早く。
逃げ道はあります。
強者。運行。
治療は僕にお任せを。反則。
呼吸を整えよ
産卵。強戦。
カウント。
運行。
お腹空いてない？食べ物なら持ってるから。
ふむ、何時からの誘いであればよ。十分。ナイスエッチ。よこりゃ。次の見たところですな。 我が剣よ、影に従え。陣営のごとく。レッツディア。 有限なるライフ律令をジャックあげれ剥がしてあげれ無理のままにまあえてはっアイスエッジなら手加減はしないよ手加減はしないよ
いけ滑るように前がありますよいしょ
我が剣よ影に従え行けはっじゃあちょっと15ちょっと
ブレイストレイ俺ならどう
逃がさない瞬く間に15律流来光へと移ったかな15
ライフダスト
ものをいただきます
頭よ
食いしばっとけ
チョック15
どうもよこりゃ
逃がさない
やけどしないように
律令呪言チョック。
これならどうだ。それ前が行く。
陣営のごとく我が剣よ影に従え。有限なるライフ律令呪言チョック。瞬く間にふっディアいけふわっはっ律令チョック。
踊ろう。魔法のランプよ。もらおいで。
振動の剣言呪言律令呪言。律令チョック。呪言
これならどう。
降伏し
痛くしちゃうかも。知識をあなたにも。お披露目だ。世界を熱狂の渦に。手をつなぎな。
判決からは逃れられない。はっはっはっふっはっ対価を断つ。はっはっ審判の時だ。やっ罪を償う。
これこそが知恵の伝道。動かないで。光り輝くがいい。ふふ。
無意味な抵抗。
せーの。
勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。はっはっ審判の時だ。はっやっ対価を断つ。た罪を償うがいい。 楽しみだな。
あんたを信じるよ。
再構成します。霧となって散りなさい。
怖くない。
これが怪。
ヒーロー決断。ジャスティス。行くよ。突撃。頭突き。
清掃を開始します。
動かないで。
やっ
ヒーロー決断。行くよ。
我に光。
行くぞ。よく見。
頭突き。ジャスティス。行くよ。ジャスティス。えい。
再構成します。
怖くない。
清掃を開始。
炭になる。
頭突き。行くよ。
再構成します。
これが怪。
頭突き。ヒーロー決断。ダイビングヒップ。そりゃ。
清掃を開始。
ユエーグイ。行くよ。突撃。くらえ。ドーン。はー。たー。頭突き。怖くない。
よく見て。
ジャスティス。突撃。くらえ。せい。吹き飛べ。えい。
管理します。
ジャスティス。頭突き。ヒーロー決断。や、行くよ。
再構成します。福育の語り。
炭になるが。
動かないで。くらえ。ドーン。行くよ。ヒーロー決断。ドーン。
我に光。
怖くない。
行くぞ。これが怪。
ジャスティス。くらえ。ジャスティス。
清掃を開始。
動かないで。
よく見ておけ。
頭突き。突撃。行くよ。くらえ。頭突き。
収集のつかない仕事じゃないといいが。
我が義兄心は傑物にも恥じない。
再構成します。福育の語り。
タリウルコ雨描きがたし、この木
渚のリンク邪魔をするな。
恐れなくていいさ。罪に向き合う。そらちゃあやったやうわ
清掃を開始します。我に光。
歌よ錦となれ。雨描きがたし、やっぱれ嫌いマジ。
行ってください。少しいいかい。ほらほらそれうわいや
世界を熱狂の渦に。低温調理最高のひとし。覚えたわよ。私のお家に
始めよう。うやさあさあうわいや恐れなくていいさ。
痛くしちゃう。食前に甘いものをガンのように。はわ歌え僕の名のもとに。ふっふっ
逃げるな。いやそらほらほら行ってください。
じゃじゃーん。張り取りなさい。これこそが知恵の手。冷凍の
始めよう。
よーく見ておくといい。
新しい情報でも聞きに行きましょう。
気晴らしに出かけましょう。その間に熟成されて美味しくなるわ。
Many arrived at the conclusion that she would be Hoyo's favorite character, and there were many events throughout history that lended credence to that, not the least of which being a character story for her rerun of all things. Logically, one would assume Ayaka's equally talented and pretty damn good looking older brother would share an equal time in the spotlight, but all throughout Ayato's tenure, true to his in-universe, he's always had a more low-key presence, opting to take care of back-end matters, while Ayaka served as the front of house for their clan and commission. Such would be the case for his impact in the metagame.
フォークを叩い低温調理光り輝くがいい。
逃げるな。寒いから気をつけろよ。
冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も満足させてあげる。筋肉いいと一瞬工作せ痛がっちゃいない。握った迎えフォークの名のもとに。
少しいいかい。
世界を熱狂の渦に。終わりね。撤収。
クイーンよダンスといこう。恐れなくていい。
ステップは動いているわよ
向き合う
ね。食前に甘いものをガンのように幅
痛がっちゃいない。はっいい度胸ね。急がなくどの目が出るかしら。
光り輝くがいい。低温調理
少しいいかい。これより演じるは断罪の一幕。
舞台効果も大切よ。
いって
またそれを忘れたんですよ。フォークを叩く食前に甘いものを歌え。フォークの名のもと最高の一品よ。
いいと
盛り上がりが足りないわ。
逃げるな。クイーンを任せるのだ。それ。
この舞台
Over the course of time, most would agree that he's a perfectly serviceable unit and a strong one, especially back then. Yet there was never a point where he was in consideration for one of the game's best, a perpetual bridemaid, never the bride, so to speak. The past two versions, however, were less than kind to his meta influence, and he currently sits close to the bottom not only in usage but also in pull value. For today's episode of Why No One Plays, I want to go over the very unique story of Ayato and the factors that led to his downfall. Before we get into the video though, I want to give a shout out to today's sponsor, Apocalypse, the Scarlet Covenant, which is currently celebrating their 1.5 anniversary update. Apocalypse is a post-apocalyptic sci-fi mobile strategy RPG that has you give you an advantage. Fugachas are real during a double time releasing truly ace on YouTube. So if you're interested in summer, feel free to check out Apocalypse. Using Apocalypse, get more fights, 3 random SSR affinity gift bags, and 5 mission data force. Good luck on getting Rose the Belt, but for now, let's get back to the video. As stated, even when he came out, Ayato is a character known by all but praised by few. True to his low-profile conduct and lore, Ayato's gameplay could not have been a more appropriate representation of the Hydra element. Fluid, adaptable, and most importantly necessary. Alongside Child, Ayato was one of the few Hydra main attackers at a time where the element was known more for its secondary and supportive units like Shincho, Yalan, Kokomi, and Mona. His release came around the time
直送入れよ歌え僕の名のもとに低温調理最高のひとし桜吹雪雪よ
魂よ。世界を熱狂の渦に。
食前に甘いものを目の
難攻不落。
例に答えよ。はあ聞いてるで。はあふっやっおっとそりゃやっ
サイウルコ形サイ
一個先
岩山発。
やっおっと先やっせはあせ先やっ
踊りな。表層よ。
僕を抱えよ。光り輝くがいい。低温調理最高の一品よ。
神里流通る命ずる。世界を熱狂の渦に。
え
雨描き形し
花火に祭りの開始や。はあやっ例に答えよ。
剣女盤石。
歌よ錦となれ。この剣はわかるかい。
火の用心おっとあっちやっせやっとや
岩山八九。
サイウルコこの剣はわかるかい。
花火にさああっちやっさあここ
律令に従え。
歌え僕の名のもとに。じゃじゃん食前に甘いものをパンのように。
魂よ。世界を熱狂の。
ほない
ざ。
歌よ錦となれ。この剣はわかるかい。
やるよ。はい聞いてるで。はいやっやって
剣女盤石。
サイウル
やるよ。一個先ピンクやで。花火にやっはあへっおっと行くで。せやっふっさあとりゃ
雨描き形し。この剣はわかるかい。股間を
岩山八九。
聞いてるで。例に答えよ。
難攻不落。
この剣はわかるかい。サイウル
花火に
動くべきだ。 きがたし、この剣はわかるかい？歌よに
一個先火の用心はあえいいやこりゃせっふっ
やっ
雨描きがたし、五感を
祭りの開始や気ぃつけるぜはあやっ
岩山八九
ねえに答えよ
この剣はわかるかい？左右
火の用心いやこりゃへいやほな行くでほなふっさあやきいやはあへいやおっとへい気ぃつけるでさあこりゃやふっはあせっやっはあよっ
雨描きがたし、歌よに
花火にいややきへいふっやっはあへいせっ
雪よ競争よ決心となれ
お披露目だ目も舌も満足させてあげるふっ
神里流透明魂よ光り輝くがいい
低温勝利
天心直送
よっふっは
失礼
ガジャーンガンのように羽ばたけ行くで
五感を
難攻不落
一個先火の用心おっといややきさあこりゃ
くだらない
ジェアンバチューキ
八方の風羽ばたくはっ
みんなは俺が守れ。
西洋なる無能ここだはっ無能ここだここだ無能無駄だ
全力攻撃だ。
真理は
中風幸運に消えろここだ無能ここだくだらない
今に見ておれ
みんなは俺が守る。
八方の風はっここだはっはっ行くぞ西洋なる無能無能ここだはっ無能ここだ無能
真理は
中風幸運にキス
燃えろ。またかわせなかった。全力攻撃。
くだらない消えろ無能ここだ無能ここだ
踊りな
律令に従え
お披露目だ世界を熱狂の渦に目も舌も満足させてあげる
桜吹雪いでよ
光り輝くがいい冷凍の時期
表層よ魂よ
最高の一品よ
失礼神里流
世界を熱狂の渦に低温調理
踊りなさい律令に従え命ずる
フォークを抱えようガンのように羽ばたけ光り輝くがいい
ながそばにいる。
私知ってるぜ。やっやっそれへっふっせっさあキャッチいやそれ銀魚やで。
剣女盤石。
サイウルコ
みんなは俺が守る。
火の用心えっはあふっやっそりゃえっさあはあ
難攻不落。
歌よ西となれ雨描きがたしそい
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
知ってるぜ。おっとキャッチへっふっへいやはあ私に似たさあそりゃ
せえ。全力攻撃だ。くらい。
安全距離確認師匠の技を食らいなさい。
神里流水
メガネが粉々。6308式ユニット吸引テスト開始。
みんなは俺が守る。
料理の時間だよ。はっ
剣栄よとよ安らかに燃えろ。全力攻撃だ。いってくらい。
6308式ユニット吸引テスト開始。ルオパーよっ
せえ。
安全距離確認。
燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
話が通じないなら叩くまで。
三尺の修水。くらい。
料理の時間だ。6308式ユニットやっ
せえ。
は
みんながそばに。
っはっふっ吸引テスト開始。
剣栄よよとよし。神里流水。
あざはっやっ
くらい。
はっ
燃えろ。全力攻撃だ。くらい。
ルオパーよっ話が通6308式ユニット
身の程を知りなさい。安らかに。冒険だ冒険。みんなは俺が守れ。
吸引テスト開始。7号助けて。熱々です。
くらえ。
やっ
よし、
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
燃えろ。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。剣鋭よ。よっさふっよっ。
6308式ユニ。
三弱の修水。じゃあ周りを見張ってて。
断罪の名に。
薬も毒になり得ます。すぐにようやくは自由になれ。
夜の権限。
総流水泳よっ。さあ、婦人艦。さあ、 みんなに挨拶だ。あまり
姿を見
犬猿よ安らかによっとよっせ
治療しないと。
影のカラス。
いけ、もう自由だ。
答えなさい。
断罪の名によ。
ようやくは口に命のあまり遠くに行くなよ。
またか夜の
周りを見張っててくれ。総流水泳よっとよっ神悟り水
治療しないとな。
自由になれ。よっそろそろ本気を。これ式の痛み、薬も毒になり得ます。すぐさあみんなに挨拶だ。じゃあ
お嬢様の仰せのままに。
総流水泳せとせよっ三尺の収水。
治療
ようやく
姿を
よっ
治療しないとな。
いけ、もう自由だ。
断罪の
犬猿よとよっ神悟りはさあ婦人観覧
影のカラス。
総流水泳さあみんなに挨拶だ。じゃあな
答えなさい。
とよっせい
姿を見せよ。
犬猿よとせ周りを見張っててくれ。
またか
せいはっ
黒き翼よ。シュッ。
総流水泳ようやくは口に逃がし命の重み。自由になれ。
答えなさい。
三尺の収水
断罪の名に。
いけ、もう自由だ。
またか
薬も毒になり得ます。犬猿よ
カリウルコこの件はわかるかい。はい
周りを見張っててくれ。じゃあな
姿を見せよ。
よっせよっ安らかにせ
影のカラスが。
総流水泳よっといけ、もう自由だ。自由になれ。
雨描きがたし歌よ錦となれ。この件は
と一歩送った。 じゃあな。よっ、さあみんなに挨拶だ。
夜の月
神里流水
雨描きがたし左右
総流水泳よっ自由になれ。周りを見張っててくれ。安らかに。
股間奥義この剣はわかるかい。雨描き
影のカラス。
あまり遠くに行くなよ。よっよっさあみんなに挨拶。
断罪の名において
三尺の秋水。
歌よ錦となれ。
剣影よ。紅無駄だ。
お前にやろう。
みんなは俺が西洋などここだ。ここだ。ここだ。ここだ。ここだ。無駄だ。イエッ。みんながそばにいてくれれば。
ティランバ周期。
はあ食いしばれよ。
消えろ。ここだ。ここだ。無能。この日全力攻撃だ。
やるか。
真理は
わめくがいい。無能。無能。ここだ。ここだ。邪魔するな。行くぞ。くだらない。ありえない。みんながそばにいて。
手加減な。
西洋なる。はっ。ここだ。
真理は
行くぞ。
みんなは俺が消えろ。無能。ここだ。無能。ここだ。行くぞ。ここだ。無能。よし。みんながそばにいてくれれば。
手加減な。
ティランバ周期。
手あ耐えられるかい。
解しても
くらえ。
やるじゃん。
みんなは俺が。
わしに手を。はっせい、今に見ておれ。お前にやろう。
西洋鍋無能無能ひゃっくそこれは無駄だ。くだらない。
全力攻撃。
行くぞ。
後悔しても遅いぞ。
わめくがいい。ここだ。無能行くぞ。
みんながそばに燃えろ。
やるか。
せい。くらえ。
ここであんたを潰す。
燃えろ。
やっ。
くらえ。全力攻撃。
お前にやろう。
くだらない。消えろ。ここだ。無能無能ここだ。無能無能
みんなは俺が守れ。
行くぞ。
イランバチューキ。
無駄だ。西洋鍋ここだ。ここだ。無能ここだ。ここだ。無能
雪よ、競争よ、決心となる。世界を熱狂の渦にお披露目。目の下も満足させてあげる。食後踊りな。入れよ。光り輝くがいい。天心直送。低温調理。ガンのように。神里流消滅。魂よ、僕をたたえよう。雪よ前。歌え、僕の名のもとに。律令に従え。最高の一品よ。食前に甘い。桜吹雪。入れよ。じゃじゃーん。光り輝くがいい。低温調理。はい、踊りなさい。天心直送。目の下も満足させてあげる。私と同じ。
全力攻撃だ。
お前にやろう。
手加減な。
わめくがいい。ここだ。無能ここだ。ここだ。愚か者め。
よし、みんなは俺が守れ。せい。
耐えられるかよ。
燃えろ。
よっ。
いてえ。せい。
やるか。
くらえ。全力攻撃。
イランバチューキ。
消えろ。 無能
わしに手を出すつもりか。真理は
みんなは俺が
歯食いしばれよ。
くだらない。
全力攻撃。
わめくがいい。ここだ。無能ここだ。はっ
私とのアンパチュー
みんなは俺が守る。
ここであんたを潰す。行くぞ。
西洋など無能ここだ。無能
全力攻撃。
真理は
やるか。
可愛くちゃ
くだらない。わめくがいい。ここだ。ここだ。無能ここだ。無能
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
手加減な。
イランパチュー
燃えろ。へっへっ
歯食いしばれよ。
燃えろ。
やるか。
みんなは俺が。
無駄だ。西洋などここだ。無能無能無能ここだ。ざれ言くだらない。
みんながそばにいて。
お前にやろう。受け
行くぞ。
真理は
みんなは俺が。
消えろ。ここだ。無能ここだ。無能
みんながそばに。
今に見
手加減な。
くらえ。燃えろ。
ここであんたを潰す。
くらえ。
やるか。
全力攻撃だ。燃えろ。
お前にやろう。
無駄だ。西洋などここだ。無能無能はっここだ。
真理は
行くぞ。
みんなは俺が。
消えろ。ここだ。無能無能ここだ。無能くだらない。
お前にやろう。
手加減なし。
くらえ。みんながそばにいて。
歯食いしばれよ。手合う。
燃えろ。
やるか。
真理は順単。
全力攻撃。
西洋などここだ。ここだ。無能ここだ。はっ無能 くだらない。ここだ。行くぞ。
キランバ周期。
みんなは俺が守れ。せっ。
手加減な。
くらえ。
耐えられるか。
せっ。
よっ。
くらえ。
行くぞ。
みんながそばに。
わしに手を。はっ。お前にやろう。
消えろ。せっ。ここだ。せっ。無能。イェ。ここだ。無能。無能。冒険だぼ。せっ。
手加減な。
ありえない。
真理は循環。
みんなは俺が守れ。燃えろ。
行くぞ。
わめくがいい。ここだ。無能。せ。無能。せ。無能。はっ、ここだ。せ。邪魔する。せ。全力攻撃だ。
手加減な。
燃えろ。はっ。せ。
歯食いしばれよ。
みんながそばに。
お前にやろう。
消えろ。ここだ。無能。ここだ。無能。へっ。せ。ここだ。無能。ここだ。ここだ。この日ついぞ訪れたか。行くぞ。
真理は循環。
全力攻撃だ。
行くぞ。耐えられるか。
お前にやろう。キランバ周期。
やるか。
みんなは俺が西洋鍋。無能。せ。無能。無能。ここだ。無能。無能。ざれ言。
お前にやろう。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
手加減なし。手や。
せ。
歯食いしばれよ。
後悔しても。
全力攻撃。
キランバ周期。
わめくがいい。せ。ここだ。せ。はっ。無能。せ。よかろう。くらえ。みんなは俺が。
わしに手を出すつもりか。真理は
これは報いなのか。無駄だ。
お前にやろう。受け取れ。こう。
八方の風羽ばたく。
せ。全力攻撃。消えろ。ここだ。 無能ここだ。
秋風幸運にキス。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
わめくがいい。ここだ。無能行くぞ。
お前にやろう。
八方の風羽ばたく。はっ全力攻撃。
西洋鍋無能ここだ。ここだ。無能ここだ。
イランバチューキ。
秋風幸運にキス。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
今
くだらない。
くらえ。はっふっはっふっ燃えろ。くらえ。へっへっみんなは俺が守れ。ねっ八方の風羽ばたく。
真理は
無駄だ。わめくがいい。ここだ。行くぞ。無能はっ無能ここだ。ここだ。はっ無能
イランバチューキ。
秋風幸運にキス。はっみんながそばにいて。
消えろ。ここだ。無能ここだ。ここだ。ここだ。はっ無駄だ。
真理は失礼。迎え僕の名のもとにフォークを。最高の一品よ。
食競争よ化身となれ。
神坂流消滅雪を
命ずる。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。冷凍の字。世界を熱狂の渦に。じゃじゃ
天心直送魂。
失礼。それ取った。
光り輝くがいい。はっふっガンのように羽ばたく。
踊りなさい。
律令に従
お披露目だ。
え。入れよ。
桜吹雪。雪を前へ。
魂よ
世界を熱狂の渦に。じゃじゃ
食前に合う。競争よ
目も舌も満足させて。
踊りなさい。
命ずる。
迎え僕の名のも
雪を前へ。取った。
入れよ。
八方の風羽ばたく。みんなは俺が守れ。
西洋鍋ここだ。はっ無能はっここだ。よかろう。無駄だ。イエッ
お前にやろう。
千人のご高麗だ。はっ燃えろ。みんながそばにいてくれ。
消えろ。
俺が後
悔しても
せっひゃっへっせったおれざめごと
八方に風
真理は
みんながそばに
わめくがいい無能せここだせはっはっ
一両に従え。
遠くをたた冷凍の時間よ。光り輝くがいい。ガンのように羽ばたけ。
踊りなさい。神里流。タメ命ずる。
食
失礼。天心直送入れよ。
じゃじゃーん。
素晴らしき真理
踊りなさい。
万物の境地だお前のためにある
くだらない
ナンバ周期。
周風本にキス風よ。はっ
燃えろ全力攻
西洋鍋無能せ無能ここだせ無能ここだ無能ここだはっせ無能
真理は
千人のご高来だ。はっ
せみんながそばに
せわめくがいいせはっ無能無能せここだ無能はっせここだくだらないせ
キランバ周期。
はっ風よ。散れ。八方に風はっ
燃えろ
イェッヘッサ
今に見ておれ。
全力攻撃だくら
西洋鍋無能せへっここだせここだせここだせイェッ
お前にやろう。
千人のご高来だ。
燃えろへえみんなは俺が
せここだへせ
せ
アビスよ
競争よ。決心となる。
それ世界を熱狂の渦に。冷凍の時間よ。最高の一品よ。それえ
大きなる真理
桜吹雪。失礼。天心直送命ずる。
食事
素晴らしき真理
入れよ。
光り輝くがいい。
踊りなさい。命ずる。神里流タメ律令に従え。
冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も真っ赤じゃーん。
入れよ。
それ
命ずる。
歌え僕の名のもと。食前の
桜吹雪。失礼。
お披露目だ。
競争よ。決心となれ。
最高 な一品よ。何をするんだい。
踊りなさい。
無駄だ。わめくがいい。
イランバチュウキ。
中風幸運にキス。はっ
燃えろね、全力こ
西洋鍋。ここだ。無能。ここだ。ここだ。はっ無能。
真理は
八方の風羽ばたく。
くらえへえ、みんながそばに
わめくがいい。はっここだ。無能。はっここだ。はっ無能。無能。無駄だ。
イランバチュウキ。
中風幸運にキス。はっ
せえ、みんなは俺が守っイエッへっ
お前にやろう。
くだらない。消えろ。無能。ここだ。ここだ。無能。はっここだ。邪魔するな。ありえない。
イランバチュウキ。
八方の風羽ばたかん。はっ
燃えろみんながそばに
西洋鍋。ここだ。無能。はっここだ。ここだ。行くぞ。
後悔しても遅いぞ。
千人のご高麗だ。風よ。
せえ、みんなは俺が
くだらない。わめくがいい。ここだ。ここだ。ここだ。はっ行くぞ。
イランバチュウキ。
中風幸運に。
くらえへっうわみんながそばにいてくれれば絆
西洋鍋。行くぞ。ここだ。無能。無能。ここだ。無能。よかろう。ここだ。無能。
燃えろ
今に見ておれ。真理。
八方の風羽ばたく。
無駄だ。
みんなは俺が守れ
わしに手を出すつもりか。
へっイエッ消えろ。無能。無能。ここだ。無能。はっはっここだ。無能。
イランバチュウキ。
千人のご高麗だ。はっ
全力こ
西洋鍋。ここだ。ここだ。無能。
真理は
八方の風羽ば
無駄だ。
せえねみんなは俺が
後悔しても
行くぞ。へっ
中級幸運に
お前にやろう。受け取れ。
燃えろへっほっ全力攻撃
わめくがいい。無能。ここだ。無能。ここだ。はっ無能。
後悔しても遅いぞ。
千人のご高来だ。
くらえみんなは俺が
消えろ。無能。ここだ。はっ無能。よかろう。
知らんましゅき。
ソウルに足らぬ知れ。中級幸運に帰す。
燃えろみんながそばにへっ
風よ
真理は
西洋鍋。ここだ。無能。ここだ。
いでよ世界を熱狂の渦に投稿天心直送魂よ
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
光り輝くがいい雪を舞えにゃっすっ神里流透明はっ踊りなさい律令に従えはっ
目も舌も満足させて歌え。僕の名のもとに。
命ずる雪を舞え桜吹雪はっとやっ天心直送
じゃじゃーん。瞑想の時間よ。
世界の熱狂の渦に
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
いでよ律令に従え僕をたたえよ
Time when proper team building was beginning to take shape, and for that time he was a very solid character. Not necessarily game warping like his younger sister or the Electro Archon, but certainly not one to be underestimated. People were overall happy to include him to their roster, especially considering Hydra was in short supply of multiple good characters prior to his and Yalan's arrival. As a reminder, Kokomi's potential would not be appreciated until late version 2 or early version 3. Having new Hydra units was always good, and it's abundantly clear what his strengths were. Ayato's skill and burst, while functionally independent from each other, shared the basic purpose of getting Hydra on as many enemies as consistently and as widely as possible, giving him the distinction of being more user-friendly and less prone to missing timing than the Harbinger. His elemental skill would see him enter a stance, wherein successive normal attacks would slash in front of him,
まずいいことか悪いことか教えてくれ。
楽しい旅になるといいね。
私のお家にいらっ姿を見
降伏しろ。勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。やや審判の時だ。やたせい罪を。
はびこりなさい。知識をあなたにも。
夜の源源。
行け。
無意味な抵抗、この身で万象を粛清する。はっやっ降伏しろ。
俺ならどう。諸行無常。私のお家にいらっし
勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。審判の時だ。はっ罪を償うがいい。審判の時だ。せい罪を償うがいい。やっ
行け。踊ろう。知識をあなたにも痛くして。先生入れて。
逃げ場はないぞ。この身で万象を粛清する。無意味だ。
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
治療は僕にお任せを。
行け。
判決からは逃れられない。審判の時だ。罪を償うがいい。対価を断つ。
覚えたわよ。知識をあなたにも。
皆さん
先生入れて。
降伏しろ。勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。審判の時だ。
15
お客さんが来たみたい。
頼むよこれアンバー断罪のなき
振動の権限15チョック15
いけほっ踊ろう黒き翼よ昼夜を切り裂きなさい諸行無常
チョック15律令はっはっ
トレーニング開始だ
チョック15
頼むよこれアンバー
治療はここ来光意図美しきかなチョック15せいやチョック15
いけこれならどうだ姿を見せ去ってください皆さん
はっ律令チョック有限なるライト律令チョック
歌え僕の名のもとに
周りを見張っててくれ自由になれ
呼吸を整えよう
着工だ。さあ来い。
あまり遠くに行くなよ
もっと早くもっと強く
障害物クリア。
はめてくれ光り輝くがいい
さあみんなに挨拶だ
呼吸を整えよう合図を待て
脚光を浴びるとしよう。やっとスキャン。
命を捨てに来た
周りを見張っててくれ
もっと早くもっと
生物クリア。
じゃあな。
イカズチのごとく。はっカウント。
スキャン。
さあみんなに挨拶だ。せい。
食いしばりな。
よくいい。自由になれ。行け。
着工だ。さあ来い。
剥がしてあげる。
スキャン。
あまり遠くに行くなよ。みんなに
アイスフロント。炭になるがいい。アイスフロント。
じゃあな。
アイスエッジ。火のままに。アイスフロント。やっ。火のままに。アイスエッジ。やっ。アイスエッジ。火のままに。食いしばりな。
治療しないとな。
さあ苦人。
動け。
無意味な抵抗。反骨からは逃れられない。た。
アイスエッジ。
罪を償うがいい。代価をた。さあ審判の時だ。ようやくは口に見ないし、すぐに直してあげましょう。
火のままに。
降伏しろ。勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を最 対価を立つなら手加減はしないよ。審判の時はっ
意のままに
罪を償うがいい。はっ対価を立
お披露目。
つ薬も毒になり得ます。さあ
呼吸を整えよう。
逃げ場はないぞ。
光り輝くがいい。
この身で万象を粛清する審判の時対価を立つ。や審判の時か罪を償うがいい。さはっ対価をようやく
食いしばってけ。
世界を熱狂の渦に。
即戦即決。
雨だれ石をもうがつ。
痛くしちゃうかも。これこそが知恵。
股間奥義。この剣はわかるか。よく見ておけ。
陣営のごとく逃がさない。そりゃディアはあやっはっそりゃ
なりうるか。炭になっ
知識をあなたにも。
雨描きがたし。
我が剣よ影に従え。瞬く間にはっディアそりゃはあそりゃ陣営のごとく
はびこりなさい。
歌よ錦となれ。行くぞ。よく見て。
あなたとの契約を守ります。
ルフしよう。さあ来い。せややせ
雨描きがたし股間を
障害物クリア。
行くぞ。よく見ておや
チャン
この件はわかるかい歌ようにや
着工だ。はっせっとさあ来い。せっとはっ
行くぞと役払い邪魔をするなやい股間奥義炭になるがいいやさい雨描きがたしじゃあ精神と共にあれ歌よにとなれこの件はわかるかい嫌い出発よ
障害物クリア。よーく見てろ。チャンせっはっよっ
この件はわかるかい左右ルコーさ
信頼管理。
しっかり立ってな
さあ来い。よっ着工だ。障害物クリア。せっチャン
役払い股間奥義雨描きがたし
願いを。
障害物クリア。
邪魔をするな
はっチャン
気晴らしに出かけましょう。その間に熟成され
行くぞこれが神
いけ。もう自由だ。薬も毒になり得ます。すぐに。
こっちやそりゃはっえっはっや
さあせい。ようやくは口に見さあみんなにさあ婦人陥落。
我が剣よ影に従えふわっははそりゃディアふんそりゃ行けえっ行くぞよく見て
あまり遠くに行くなよ。
治療しないと。
逃がさないふわっはっディアはあはっふんふんはあ瞬く間に
ようやくは口に見ます。
周りを見張っててくれ。自由にな。
行
くなよ。行け。
治療しないとな。
すぐに治
行け逃がさないふわっそりゃディアふっ陣営のごとく
ようやくは口に。
じゃあな。
役割瞬く間にふわっ
周りを見張っててくれ。
我が剣よ影に従えはあふっやっふっディアふんはあはっディアほっはあふん渚のリンやっディアふんはあはっ陣営のごとくおとなしくしな渚のリン
あまり遠くに行くなよ。
治療しないとな。
すぐに直してある。
瞬く間にやーはっはっふっはっいけふんはっ
自由になれ。さあ、
役割逃がさない瞬く間にはっはっそりゃディアよっ行くぞよく見
周りを見張っててくれ。じゃあな。
陣営のごとくはっそりゃはあディアふんいけはっ急がないとはっやっ
自由になれ。
逃がさないふわっはあはっふって行くぞ
さあ、みんなに挨拶だ。あまり遠くに。
はびこれやばいよ。
瞬く間に
炭になるがいい。
はっはあやっ陣営のごとくディアふんふっはあそりゃはあはっ瞬く間にいけはっ
さはっと信頼感。
行け。もう自由だ。
我が剣よ影に従え瞬く間に
これがカイザ。
ディアはっさっふっはっはあさっ急がないとやっほっいけふわっ行くぞ
さあ、みんなに。
瞬く間にふっふっと
よく見。
行け。もう
薬も毒になり得ます。命。
逃がさないはっはあやっいけはっ
行くぞ。
さあ、みんなに挨拶だ。じゃあな。
炭になる。
治療しないとな。
すぐに治
陣営のごとく我が剣よ影に従えふわっはっそりゃ瞬く間にやっ
薬も毒になり得ます。
あまり遠くに行くなよ。周りを見張っててくれ。
いけふわっはっ
よく見て。
逃がさないはっふっはっふんはあ瞬く間にはっはっディアはあそりゃはあそりゃ陣営のごとく
じゃあな。
寛大です。ようやく
行けふわっ我が剣よ影に従え陣営のごとくはっそりゃはっディアはっはっやっディア
炭になる。
あまり遠くに行く。
治療しないとな。
行け
行け。もう
命の重みを知りなさい。
行くぞ。
陣営のごとくふわっディアそりゃ急がないと行け
ようやくは口に。
じゃあな。
やあこれが怪。
我が剣よ影に従えはっはあそりゃほっディアはっはっふん
よく見て。
周りを見張っててくれ。
薬も毒になり得ます。すぐに。
陣営のごとくふわっやっやーいけ
ようやくは
自由になれ。
炭になるが。
さあみんなに。
逃がさない陣営のごとくはっはっはっ瞬く間に
あまり遠くに行くなよ。
治療しないとな。
さあ
我が剣よ影に従え陣営のごとくはっ
周りを見張っててくれ。自由。
よく見ておけ。
瞬く間にふわっはっはっやっ陣営のごとくやーはっほっいけはっ
これが怪。
じゃあな。行け。もう
薬も毒になり得ます。すぐに。
瞬く間に逃がさないはっいけふっはっはっはっはっふっふわっほっ
やあ
自由になれ。さあ
よく見てお。
さあ婦人官。
我が剣よ影に従えはっやっふんふっほっやーふわっ
ようやくは口に。
じゃあな。はっ行け。もう
行くぞ。
陣営のごとく
やっ炭になるが。
逃がさないふっはっ瞬く間にふんはっふっほっはっ
あまり遠く。さあみんなに。
治療しないとな。
命の重み。
急がないといけふわっはっふっはっ
行くぞ。
薬も毒。
瞬く間に
よく見てお。
はっ逃がさないやっはっはっやっふんはっいけ
う自由だ。じゃ
ようやくわかっ
瞬く間にはっふんはっふっはあ行くわよ。陣営のごとくふわっ
薬も毒になりやす。
これが怪。
ガチャってな邪魔をするな。
周りを見張っててくれ。
行け。
あまり遠くに行くなよ。さあ
炭になるがいい。
渚の凛おとなしくしな。
陣営のごとく逃がさない。はっやっふんはっはっ
よく見。
自由になれ。行け。
芽生えよ、はびこれ。
我が剣よ影に従え。はっそりゃはあディアはっ瞬く間にえっいはっはっそりゃディアよっ
さ
周りを見張っててくれ。
逃がさない。行け。はっ
炭になる。
はあそりゃディアそりゃやっ瞬く間に
じゃあな。
ディア行け。ふわっさや
さあみんなに挨拶。
はびこれ。さっ
行くぞ。これが
周りを見張っててくれ。自由に。
芽生えよ、
瞬く間に我が剣よ影に従え。ディアそりゃはっディアはっそりゃディアよっ行け。
さ
あまり遠くに行くなよ。行け。もう
炭になる。
逃がさない。
信頼感度。はっ
はっふっさいほっはっディアよっはあさほっはあはっディ
行くぞ。
じゃあな。周りを見張っててくれ。
はびこれ。芽生えよ、
これが海山を滅ぼし。
逃がさない。ふんはっはあほっディアはっそりゃはっはあ陣営のごとく
あまり遠くに行くなよ。行け。
さ信頼感度。
瞬く間にふわっディアふんさっはっはあはっはっ
じゃあな。さあみんなに。
ふん陣営のごとく
甘いものを目の
命ずる天心直送。
ようやくはティーンすぐに
桜吹雪。魂の
最高の一品よ。冷凍の
律令に従え。入れよ。
命の重みを知りなさい。
雪を前取った。やっ魂の
ガンのように羽ばたけ。低温調
薬も毒になり得ます。
失礼。競争よ決心となれ。
さあ婦人観覧。
神里流透明。踊ります。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
天心直送。部外者禁止。瑠璃のように落ち出す。取った。命ずる。
冷凍の時間よ。ガンのように
相関化粧。雪を魂よ競争よ。この仕事は排除するべきです。神里流消滅。踊ります。
食前に甘いものを最高の
入れよ。部外者禁止。天心直送。おさわり禁止。元王帝君のために。桜吹雪。失礼。
低温調理。ガンのように
魂よ部外者禁止。雪を競争よ決心とな。
最高の一品よ。
命ずる律令に従え。風雪の縮図。神里流消滅。踊りなさい。入れよ。おさわりき。
食前に甘いものを目の
魂よ競争よ。この仕事は排除するべきですね。雪を前。桜吹雪。
冷凍の
部外者禁止。
最高の一品よ。
失礼。律令に従え。元王帝君のために。雪を取った。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
命ずるおさわり禁止。失礼。それ。競争よ決心とな。部外者禁止。この仕事は排除するべきですね。
雪を前お披露目だ低音調
律令に従え。
光り輝くがいい踊りなさい桜吹雪
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
命ずる。
雪を前
競争よ、化身とな。
世界を熱狂の渦に
冷凍の時間よ。ランのように羽ばたく。
踊りなさい立った
いでよ。天心直送。
雪を前
And for Hydro damage, though this does replace his normal attack, as you can see the AoE coverage is a noticeable upgrade, and he would also gain stagger resistance, which when paired with another property of the same type like Shincho's burst, would practically afford him super armor. With the duration of 6 seconds, it may feel short, but it came with the 12-second cooldown, so basically it was half uptime. Not bad initially, but we'll see later how it comes back to bite him. Despite the short uptime on his skill, Ayato would supplement that with his burst. In what I can only describe as a carbon copy of Ganyu's Celestial Shower, Ayato would cause water blades to fall from the sky and deal hydro damage to nearby enemies, like it's actually just a 1-to-1 reprint of Ganyu's ultimate but converted to hydro. There are a few things to make note of though. First, the 18-second duration and 20-second cooldown. Ayato is one of the earliest units to have a burst duration exceeding 15 seconds, and with only a 2-second downtime, assuming you got his energy back up quickly, he had some of the easiest and widest reaching hydro application in the game. During the ultimate duration, Ayato would also provide a 20% normal attack buff to characters within the area. Conveniently, his skill-empowered attacks were indeed considered normals. Looking at the attribute scaling on both his E and Q, however, you may have noticed that his damage output doesn't really look that impressive for a main attacker. That's because he's not really a hyper carry, contrary to what his main DPS role implies. These two abilities told a simple message. Ayato's strength was in how consistently he could apply Hydro and keep applying Hydro. In light of the element being the main driver of a multitude of reactions like Taser, Vaporize,